Good evening. This is the 13th meeting of the Community and Services Committee. Please check the city website for additional meeting detail information, and meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Lenape and Adwandron. We honor and respect the history, language, and culture and diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. For people online and in the various galleries and meeting rooms, Mayor Morgan will be joining us virtually after another meeting he needs to finish up with. I have Councilors Rahman, Ferreira, and Pribble in chambers with me. This is the members of this committee, though other committee members or other members of council will be joining us in person as virtually as well. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact cpsc@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. I will look to committee members for disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we have two items on our consent agenda, being 2.1 and 2.2. Would anyone like anything pulled separate? Seeing none, I'm looking for a mover of 2.1 and 2.2. Moved by Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I will take questions, and I believe Councillor Pribble had a question. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair to the staff. I do have a comment for 2.2 for the winter response program. First of all, I would like to thank the staff for completing the last 3 years. I believe that it is really very beneficial for us, especially going forward. And I would like to ask staff, I'm going to wait. Okay, I would like to ask staff for these results to be very much taken under consideration together with the comments we had during the last 3-4 months when our staff together with the advisory table for the winter encampments and for the winter initiative coming up really would be considered, because I think these numbers are very beneficial when we make the future plans for this year. So that's why I'm asking the staff and the advisory table for the winter initiative to consider these numbers as well as the services. Thank you.
Mr. Dickens, would you like an opportunity to respond, or?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, we'd be happy to, we've circulated this report with organizations that are involved in this report, but absolutely, we'd be happy to share this report with the group that's currently planning some of the extreme weather response, be it extreme cold, flooding, or extreme heat, so that they have some of this information as well.
Thank you. No follow-up.
Looking for further questions or comments regards to item 2.1 and 2.2. Seeing none, calling the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We do have a scheduled item tonight, which is the public participation meeting for fireworks. Letting committee know that there is one item for direction following that. Looking to committee to see if you would like to clear up item 4.1 from our schedule before or after. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. Yes, I'd like to take care of 4.1 first, if that's possible.
Okay, looking for a mover and a seconder, or to put item 4.1 on the floor. Moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Looking for any questions or comments from this, or if you'd like a brief staff intro to it, recognizing this is the only property currently held by Interfaith Homes in London. So looking to committee. Okay, Mr. Felberg, just a brief overview of this item.
Certainly, thank you, and to you, Madam Chair. So this report, the purpose is actually to clarify the city's role as service manager and delegate the authority to our DCM so that we can improve the efficiency and expediency as the matters arise over the next number of months. This includes executing most operational and some of the capital improvement agreements that we may have. Any proposed development agreements or changes to zoning would actually go through PEC, through the appropriate committee. We'd also be looking to clarify and delegate any necessary board or community housing provider responsibilities under the HSA. And then we'd also be giving authority to appoint staff to the board. I will note that that recommendation is included just for expediency in the event that it's required, but it's certainly not our preferred approach at this point. We'd like to work with LMCH on property management and board responsibilities. If there are any questions, happy to take those at this time.
Thank you. Looking to committee for questions, or if we're satisfied? No questions on this side, no questions on that side. Calling the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. And as we couldn't start the public participation meeting before a certain time anyways, that now takes care of that timing, which is wonderful. So this evening on schedule items, we have one item, which is our public participation meeting for the fireworks bylaw. I will go to Ms. Smith first for a brief overview of what the purpose of this public participation meeting is, and then I will outline the procedure for the public participation meeting to committee and the public.
Thank you. And through the chair, on June 27th, Council directed Civic Administration to hold a public participation meeting in order to receive comments and feedback on proposed changes to the current fireworks bylaw. In brief, in that report, Civic Administration proposed two options for Council to consider. Option A would allow for permitted display fireworks to be discharged. In addition, it would also allow for consumer or backyard fireworks to be discharged on Canada Day, Victoria Day. This means that dates prior to or preceding Canada Day, which are currently in the bylaw, would no longer be allowed. And this option A also proposes to allow consumer or backyard fireworks to be discharged on Diwali. Therefore, option A proposes a total of 3 days annually for consumer or backyard fireworks. Option A would also decrease the number of days allowed to sell fireworks from 7 to 5 days, and would also propose an increase to current fines. The second option, option B, would also allow for permitted display fireworks only to be discharged. This means that this option would ban all consumer and backyard fireworks, ban the sale of consumer fireworks in London, and potentially also propose an increase to fines. Currently, the London Fire Department permits about 15 firework displays a year in London. These include such events as Canada Day. We have many Canada Day fireworks celebrations across our city. Victoria Day, Diwali, New Year's Eve, Chinese New Year, Lambeth Harvest Fest, just to name a few of the 15 or so per year. So after today, based on Council's direction, Civic Administration will draft a revised fireworks bylaw for consideration at a future Community and Protective Services Committee meeting. Depending on the changes made to the current bylaw, the revised bylaw will also include enhancements to enforcement, the sale of fireworks, and proposed increase to the current fines. It's intended that a new bylaw would be in place in the first quarter of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. What brings us today, I'll also note that, could you just tell us who's with us as well from the fire department?
Thank you. So to answer any other questions, I have with me Acting Chief Hayes, right behind me, and I have Deputy Chief Heptich, who is the Deputy Chief of Fire Inspection and Investigation. So this really falls under his bailiwick, and he, along with Mr. Katolik, are the experts in this matter.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Before we get started and actually opening the public okay, a motion, we'll just do this first and I'll lay out the rules. A motion to open the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Pribble. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll take this opportunity as chair to welcome all those who've joined us virtually online in council chambers with us. I'll also let committee know that one committee room's already full and the other one's filling up as well. What that means for everyone is there's no set end time to this meeting and the public participation meeting, so we will need to take breaks for ourselves along the way at some point. But we will be here until everyone who wants to be heard verbally tonight can be heard. Realizing we'll rotate between different areas at different times. For the gallery and committee rooms, the protocol is you're allowed to eat up there, you're allowed to have a drink, you can come and go as you need. The washrooms are just in the hallway. I'm sorry, the chairs, regardless if you're in a committee room or the gallery, are not the most comfortable. I've been up there myself before being elected, I recognize that. Just we ask that you do not cheer or boo based on other people's comments. Just we don't want anyone to feel intimidated, that everyone can have equal access to this space and feel respected. You can ask, have we considered questions or what you might be thinking, but know that we will not stop for council or staff to answer your questions and replies. This is you giving your opinion to us and us considering it. If tonight you decide you don't want to speak publicly or you'd rather put your communication in writing, you're welcome to email them to cpsc@london.ca, and all the feedback from this evening will go into council. So the process of this evening is we hear your comments, your concerns, your ideas. The voting members of this committee, as outlined, was Councillor Ferreira, myself, Councillor Rahman, and Councillor Pribble. The mayor has voting rights and he'll join us later. We're also joined in chambers by Councillor Trousseau, Councillor McAllister, and Deputy Mayor Lewis has stepped out for a moment. They can't vote here, but when it comes to council, everyone on council will have an equal opportunity to vote and raise our concerns there, and that is where the final decision will be made. Tonight, committee just makes our recommendation, and it will be debated, overturned, or upheld at council. So that's the process, just realizing some people have been with us before, and other people, this is a new time and a new experience for you. Everyone who comes to a mic has up to 5 minutes. If everyone who's here speaks, this committee meeting will go on for about 5.5 hours tonight, which everyone's speaking, which, as I said, it takes what it takes. But if someone has already said your ideas, you can say, I agree with the previous speaker, I support option whatever, and then add new information or your personal experience of what this means to you as we are listening. On that note, as we are listening, I am also timing you up to your 5 minutes to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity for their 5 minutes and other people don't get cut off and other people don't take too much time. Traditionally, at the 4.5-minute mark, I will say 30-second warning. We have heard from people that sometimes that startles you when I'm talking over you and I've interrupted you, and it could throw you off. So we'll see if it works tonight. I've acquired a bell for this evening, so at your 30-second mark, hopefully that's less disruptive and less startling. We'll see if that works. If not, I will go back to interrupting you and always feeling rude. So we'll see how that works, as it was an idea of how to improve and do better welcoming the public. I don't believe I forgot anything. Is that, okay. And as I said, at some points, we will need to take a break ourselves to do intake and output and just refresh. So with that, we had 2 people who registered for our last committee cycle. They have joined us, one in person, one on Zoom. So if VR Amber is in person, perfect, thank you, I see you. And recognizing we have IT who needs to go to different mics at different times. The 2 people who registered first, as they did still like a month ago, they will speak first and will be timed. And then I will tell you how I'm rotating between chambers and online. And just for your information, there are 4 mics in the gallery, whichever one's easiest for you to get to. There's 2 up top and 2 down below. So welcome, and please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So for technology, it's the top corner.
Hello, Mayor Morgan, Councillor Pelosa, and committee members. My name's Victor Amber. I operate K&H Fireworks. I've been in business for 35 years, and I've been involved with London retailers for almost 30. I'm here to speak in favor of option A, allowing for the use of consumer fireworks. There are 4 vendors combined in this city that have over 100 years of history selling consumer fireworks in London. We operate legally, safely, and responsibly. We have city permits, insurance, and are inspected by London Fire. They and others are not the fly-by-night, drop a container and sell to everyone and anyone vendors. They are depicted in many of the submissions today's meeting. We respect the City of London, we educate our customers, and we follow federal and municipal rules. We hand out London flyers, and we hand out a Be a Good Neighbor flyer, all in an attempt to educate the public. As a company, I sell to independent city licensed stores who 2 times a year see a surge in their sales figures from selling this federally regulated legal product. They're all made aware of the rules and regulations. Consumer fireworks sold in Canada are regulated by the federal government. Every single product sold is tested in a federal laboratory, CERL, and they're tested on components and composition and to ensure their safety before they enter the market. The problem really started with COVID and resulting from lockdowns. People were forced to stay home. They could not gather. It seems that some, to entertain themselves with backyard fireworks, they were easily found accessible online. The complaints skyrocketed. Excuse that pun. People were at their wits' end during the awful time, and some chose to pass the time in their backyards with fireworks, and others were disturbed by it. It would be interesting to know the complaint numbers from 2020, 2021 to compare to 2022 and 2023. People are back out and about in the public. Shows are back in. They're not confined to their backyards. Maybe a pause and consideration of the enormity of the effect of COVID on this particular issue would be a logical place to start. Fireworks displays in the City of London alone in Canada today have an audience of well over 70,000 people. Direct attendance. These tens of thousands of Londoners have voted with their presence. The petition was submitted in support of consumer fireworks with 680 signatures. That was collected in 5 days in July. They were taken in person, only 1 signature per person, from persons who would be directly affected by your decision. The Canadian fireworks industry is hard at work researching, developing greener fireworks. It's a constant. We have long worked on reducing plastic as much as now done with paper and cardboard. And our industry purchases carbon offsets as well as plants trees to reduce that. There's a long, long history of families coming together to celebrate Victoria Day and Canada Day with a gathering, barbecue, and fireworks. Diwali celebrations, too, have become a regular, integral part of London life. The injury and accident stories given are drawn from U.S. news, where the consumer fireworks is far different than what's legal in Canada or available. Our regulations are much more stringent. I could give thousands of personal stories that would speak to thousands of people using fireworks with 0 incidents or accidents. I'm asking you to consider these facts, these arguments, and to reflect on the economic impact in this decision. We are in business that employ a large number of people during the traditional fireworks seasons. We're legal operators who are asking for enforcement and current regulations and education allowing to continue the use of legal product enjoyed by so many. Please remember the tens of thousands who are not here today, who may not have voted online or submitted letters, but who every year, twice a year, vote with their joy in purchasing fireworks. Your decision tonight affects not just a few here, but these tens of thousands for whom I speak. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. I will note that we do not take questions direct to the gallery, but we do have your communication, and we can find you if someone wants to follow up directly, so we will be able to find you.
Yes.
Just so you know that. So thank you for that. Our next speaker tonight is joining us on Zoom, who would also want to speak at the last meeting. So I will ask our IT to allow A. Kanji to come on screen. For members of the committee, if you toggle your screens, you can see what's up behind us instead of straining yourself. Welcome to committee, and you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of council, and Mayor Morgan, if you're joining us. My name is Aleem Kanji. and I'm the Chief Advocacy Officer of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, where I represent our 3,000 members, including 5 companies right here in London, as well as 55 small businesses in the city, where we advocate to governments across the country and work with industry and the public sector partners as a leading voice on the very federally regulated and legally permissible fireworks industry. We are certainly pleased to see over half of all Londoners concur and support option A, as we do, for use of fireworks on a total of 3 days out of 365 days in a calendar year. As it is, fireworks are restricted on the other 362 days for consumer use. As it relates to fireworks sales, while we support option A, it is important to keep in mind that your residents will be purchasing fireworks outside of the 5 days prior to an allowed event from retailers outside of London's municipal boundaries, or simply purchase online and have one of 4,000 federally tested and Ontario Fire Code approved fireworks delivered right to their door. They can also visit the First Nations Chippewa and Oneida groups, obviously located close to London. The report before you today proposes a ban on the sale and use of fireworks as detailed in option B. By doing so, as elected and public officials, you are willingly creating an unsafe environment by allowing an underground marketplace from a very legal and highly regulated market to be displaced. London residents will continue to seek out fireworks in other cities or online delivered to their door to celebrate their special events or other religious or cultural celebrations. Moreover, given federal rules from the Explosives and Regulatory Division at the Government of Canada that govern fireworks, you would in fact be in contravention of federal legislation that allows for the sale and use of fireworks. As well, as the Chief knows, the Ontario Fire Code, governed by the Government of Ontario, also allows for the same. This would mean that option B in fact breaks existing statutes and laws in place governed by the province and federal government, which could potentially open up legal challenges by your residents and businesses to the city, lawsuits of which would be paid for by London taxpayers. The challenge of your bylaw officers to enforce the ban, as suggested in option B, will be immense, as the bylaw will arrive, officers will arrive on the scene well after fireworks are used, and it will be impossible to ascertain who used a firework and if a citation is actually approved and issued. For those that issue citations, you should expect your court system to get filled up with appeals, requesting evidence that cannot be proven about who ignited the firework. Residents in support of a ban will be questioning why this was approved without any real enforcement capability. Now, I know there are members from the very large and visible South Asian and Asian community with you tonight. It is important to recognize these residents and welcome the cultural and religious observances they bring. Diwali, for those that may not know, is a celebration of light over darkness, celebrated by 1 billion people. Lunar New Year is the largest holiday on planet Earth, celebrated by 1.5 billion. Both worshippers in both faiths believe fireworks and fire sounds can dispel bad luck and scare away evil spirits. These traditions and religious observances have included fireworks for centuries. Taking that right away by supporting option B would be hurtful to London's over 25,000 South Asian and Asian communities. Banning fireworks use is telling these immigrants and cultural communities that their identity, traditions, and customs are not welcomed or tolerated in your city. Indeed, it is in the best interest of your municipality to regulate and license the use and sale of fireworks. We stand ready to work with city officials, the fire chief, and your city to support regs as we do in cities across the country. To be clear, option B, banning fireworks use and sales, simply will not work. And based on our work in cities across the country, education is a solution. The CNFA's Vendor Certification and Employee Training Program is available to your staff and your community at no cost. We are proud to launch it at the association. Our courses have been used by hundreds of people across the country over the past few months, and we would be happy to work with staff to build this in for London. Using fireworks responsibly and safely is something the CNFA and its members firmly believe in. In fact, we are proud to have launched our Be a Good Neighbor program. I'll show it to you right here.
30-second warning.
Cities. It reminds people of the essential fireworks safety rules under the key banners and is actually born out of the federal regulations. They are to be safe, prepare ahead of time, inform your neighbors, respect those around you, celebrate responsibly, and clean up. It is a guide that is required to actually be included on the purchase of sale of every fireworks consumer sale, and we are happy to modify that to any community. On behalf of London's 60 businesses that sell fireworks, employ hundreds in your community, as well as the hundreds of thousands that enjoy fireworks in London, we ask that you support option A in front of you tonight. As the head of the
Thank you. That
association,
concludes your 5 minutes.
I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll also note as well that we're not doing it back and forth with questions, but we do have your contact information and anyone on council can follow up with you. And thank you for joining us at the prior committee meeting and this one. It was appreciated. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of council.
At this point, I'm going to ask anyone in the gallery, like I said, there's no rush because we're going to be here for a while, that if you're interested to start making your way to a mic, and I'm going to start rotating between, we have a few more guests online, but I'll start rotating back and forth. So to our IT, I'm going to take this lady in the front first, and then I'm going to be going to George, who's going to be joining us online. So George, you'll be in queue next after our next speaker in person. Please proceed, and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council. Many of my fellow advocates.
Sorry, could you step a little bit closer to the mic or
Sorry,
be
is
louder
that
and
better?
aggressive?
Okay.
That's perfect, thank
Sorry.
you.
I'm a little short, so.
That's okay.
Good evening, council. Tonight, many of my advocates will be speaking to you about the concerns connected to fireworks, important facts about people who suffer mental issues such as PTSD and animals suffering anxiety, as well as the negative effects on our environment. All strong and important reasons why London should both ban public sale and use of fireworks, as well as invest in reusable people, animal, and environmentally friendly options for city-provided displays. I, however, would like to speak to the overall cost. My research has shown that the average main event fireworks display runs an average cost of $500 to $1,000, not per event or per hour, but per minute. Typically, London funds a 30-minute display that costs a minimum of $15,000 to $30,000 per show. At an average of 2 shows per year, that's a spending of $30,000 to $60,000 per year spent for 1 hour of what is entertainment to some and life-shattering to many others. I propose to council that starting in 2024, London uses what would typically be spent on damaging fireworks to invest in purchasing the necessary equipment and software to provide more sustainable people and animal and environmentally friendly forms of light shows. Admittedly, this may take multiple years of investing these funds to obtain the ultimate amount of equipment, but is our public and environmental safety not important enough to consider smaller displays for a few years while the equipment is being purchased? Once all the equipment is obtained, the annual cost for city-provided light shows will be limited to maintenance and programmer fees for each show. This will not only allow London to hold light shows for typical fireworks celebrations such as Canada Day, but also for local events such as Ribfest, Sunfest, Diwali, and so much more, at less than the current annual cost of fireworks. The money that is saved each year for these investments can then be used for more important issues such as the need for RGI, supportive housing, mental health and addiction services, and so much more. In respect to vendors, we appreciate their attempts to make this long-lived celebration safe and fun event, but fact is, many citizens have zero concern for bylaws and choose to set off fireworks at times not legally allowed, and none of the safety measures and information provided changes the negative impact they have on people with PTSD and other mental health issues and animals, both in our homes and in the environment, as well as the environmental impact. I must ask, are vendors' rights to sell these products more important than the mental health and suffering of citizens and the harm these products cause to our environment? And we do not wish to withhold any cultural rights. We just wish that these religious and cultural events be required to obtain proper permits to use these products to celebrate their heritage and belief. I also urge Council to choose option B as I support my fellow advocates in their request to have London follow the example recently set by Woodstock and ban the public sale and use of fireworks starting in 2024, thereby allowing retailers to sell off their current existing stock. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before you escape, can I just have you state, as my apologies?
That's
You
okay.
did wonderful. Your first and last name,
Oh,
just
I'm
for our
sorry.
record. No, I didn't ask, so that's on me.
I'm Diane Devine with one N.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Diane. Looking to see if George online is queued up and ready to go. So George Dendius. Perfect. Good evening, welcome, and you have up to 5 minutes to say what you wish. But you're muted. You need to unmute yourself, and then I will start your clock. Perfect.
Now?
Yep.
Thank you. Apologize about that. Have you considered, I'll be very short and to the point here, because when I saw this fireworks bylaw potential change, I considered myself, and I'd like you to consider as well, why we would consider fireworks to be hazardous for 362 or 363 days a year and forbidden from use. Yet for 2 days or 3 days, we say, go ahead and use them in your backyards, your front yards, wherever you want. I'm not talking about the licensed fireworks displays. I'm talking about the unlicensed residential ones. That to me would be like saying to folks, for 2 or 3 days a year, you can drive without buckling up. It just doesn't make sense to me. And because it doesn't make sense to me, I'd like the fireworks bylaw to be a little bit more consistent. If it's hazardous for 362 or 363 days a year, the people, pets, property, environment, it's hazardous on the 2 or 3 days that you guys, or we guys, the community has allowed it to happen. So I'd like you to consider option B, which would be what I would side with respect to my vote. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for joining us and for your conciseness. I will go to the gallery at this microphone first, and then if there's anybody at this one, I will go to this one next, and then I will go thirdly to Nitin Jadava online will be third. Please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Okay. Madam Chair, council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name, first of all, namaste. My name is Paresh Soni. I'm the executive director of an advocacy group called Hindu Legacy. And it has members of up to 10 Hindu groups in London. And over here, we have represented, as you can see, most of the overflow rooms, and I'm really grateful for this, that our community has come in great numbers to make a point. We represent, as a community here, more than 10,000 Hindus of London, Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists. And this issue affects all of those communities. So our position is very clearly option A, and we urge you to vote in that same direction. You have in your possession, as part of our submission, you also have a petition that was signed by 900, now probably close to 1,000 members of the community in just 6 days. This just goes to show that generally a community that is very quiet and hardly seen or heard is very passionate about this. The poll that you had from the city was at 22%, and within 3 to 4 days, that one went up to 53% before it was closed. So you can see the rally that this community had to say, and they have something very important to say about this. Now, why is this important? I'm not going to explain what was wonderfully explained by Victor and his colleague about what we are doing for Diwali. Now, many of you may think Diwali firecrackers are a party gig, or something that we do just to have some fun. I want to make sure we educate the people here and all of London that fireworks are an integral part of our religious activity. So when it comes to fireworks, Diwali is about pujas, so we do the offerings, we do the prayers, we have lots of good food, and fireworks. So fireworks are the grand finale of every family celebration. And I'm talking about family celebration here. And let me explain, what does that typically entail? And Victor and other people can give data about this. A family celebration typically is about sparklers, about spinning wheels, about fountains. And it typically lasts no more than 15 or 20 minutes because most people don't want to spend $400 on that. So that is what extent we are talking about. Now, Diwali is a tradition that is 800 years old. So fireworks is in our DNA. And any Hindu anywhere in the world will tell you, how can you have fireworks? How can you have Diwali without fireworks? It's like having Christmas without a Christmas tree. It's like having dessert without sugar. So it is so integral that I cannot understand myself how this can be not be part of that. And I mean at the family level, not the commercial ones that we see. The reason why we are here is some data points have been brought up against the use of personal fireworks. And I'd like to address these objectively. So we did a study on the air pollution concern. And Victor actually has a tool where you can go and actually type in this data and get live data. For 5 years, 2019 to 2023, we did a study on AQI, which is the Air Quality Index. For July and December, July and November, Diwali. Interestingly enough, there's absolutely no worsening of the AQI during these months. We also compared them to the other months just to make sure we have a balanced approach, and there is no change. In fact, here's the interesting part. Intraday changes happen during July and November. Guess when? 6 p.m. Guess why? Traffic. So if we are talking about environmental concerns, and I'm 100% with you, we do have the earth is dying. We have a problem that's much bigger, and our cars, our backyard fire pits are contributing a heck of a lot more than what fire pits are doing. Personal fireworks are doing. On the issue of noise pollution, we are searching for objective data on the city's website and wherever we can find it. And right now, to date, we have not found objective data that says Diwali is a contributor to noise pollution. We are open to this. Thank you for that, Bell. And effects on pets and animals. Hindus, probably like any other religion, we value life. We value pets, we value human beings. And we have no intention through our fireworks to hurt animals in any way. Hindus have been here for more than 30, 40 years in London, and we have been a contributing member, and you've never heard Hindus demand anything. And today is a little different. Today, taking fireworks out of Diwali is taking it out of our DNA. And this is why, just so that we don't get branded as a city that impinges on our minorities' religious freedoms, we urge the council and the city to vote in favor of option A. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. I will note that the city clerk does have your petition on file that contains 920 individual signatures, and your correspondence is contained within today's package on page 123. So thank you, and we do have that information. I will go to the gentleman at this microphone. Please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michael F. With Bob's Fireworks. A lot of my points have been covered already, so just bear with me and I'll try not to repeat
If you can go a little bit closer to the mic, it makes, thank you.
It's Michael F. with Bob's Fireworks. A lot of my points have been covered already, so just bear with me. I'll try not to repeat anything. I just wanted to go back to my memory of this when the noise on this first really started about trying to ban fireworks. I remember reading a lady on a Facebook page getting people all riled up about don't worry about it. There's no economic consequences. There's no retailers that rely solely on the sale of fireworks for their income. So I want to make sure that it's super clear that that is not true at all. So Bob has been running Bob's Fireworks for almost 60 years now, and it is his main source of income. And we have customers who are third, even fourth generation customers that are still coming to us to buy their displays. And the big theme with our customers is gathering. So they're getting together with their friends, their family, their neighbors to put on a show together. COVID was really hard on people, so the opportunity to be able to continue to sell and light fireworks safely as we do and promote is critical, I think, to the city's culture and fabric altogether across all of the cultures and the communities that are out there. I would just speak to really, I'll just touch on like the light shows really quick. They're great, but it's not fireworks. It's like you're trying to compare like bologna to a steak or like a bicycle to a motorcycle. Like it's like, why don't you just stop riding your motorcycle? It's loud. You should ride a bicycle. Like it's not the same thing. Sure, they might want to go ride a bicycle, but they still want to be able to ride their motorcycle. So that's not really even talking about that. I don't think is I don't think it's a viable alternative. Although light shows are cool, sure. Talking about environmental consequences or social consequences, I understand there's people with where with some people it could be traumatic in the one way for a couple days of the year. I would say for the people who rely on tradition, having their families together, it's traumatic the other way. When you look at what COVID did and really segregating people, we really need fireworks as part of the community to bring people together, because nothing really does it like that. Just before I conclude, I'll just talk really quick just about Bob's Fireworks and what we've done for the community over the last 60 years. So decades ago, Bob raised, I remember when I was a kid, raising tens of thousands of dollars for the Children's Miracle Network through that business. The way we've continued that to this day is through the Marjorie Wheeler Leff Foundation that we run through the London Community Foundation. Bob matches $20,000 in donations that come into that foundation every single year. And that money is used to support local causes. That's why we founded the foundation back in 2018. So the business is really built around giving back to the community. And that's really what we stand for, in addition to working with our customers for gathering and to get together and to celebrate. So in summary, support option A, and hope you guys will vote that way. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming out. And I do apologize for not calling you back.
That's
on
okay.
me.
Everyone needs vacation.
I own it, though. I own it. Yes. I also have a concussion recovering from. So if I don't look up all the time at you, I do see you, but I do listen. But our lights in here are very bright, and we don't turn them down. To technology, I would like to hear from Nitin Jadva, that's joining us virtually. Nitin Java, if you want to turn on your camera for we know that you're there and we can put you on screen. Okay, I'm going to assume they wandered away from the computer for a moment. We're going to go up at the top in the, oh, we're here. If you want to unmute yourself and proceed. We can't hear you, you're muted. Still muted. You look very happy and pleasant, but we cannot hear you. No, we still can't hear you. So I'm going to give you a moment to figure out where the unmute button is on the technology that you're using. And I'm going to go to one person in the gallery, and then I will come back to you, and we'll see if we can get your audio going then. To the gallery, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Lisa Macklem, and I want to thank the committee for hearing our voices, and I want to ask the committee to vote for option B. I'm not going to address the plentiful statistics that we've heard. I know they're before the council. I want to speak more personally and maybe do some recent comments as well. My own response to fireworks is very much like PTSD. I have very sensitive hearing, and it basically causes a panic attack. If you've ever had a panic attack, you know they're not pleasant. If you haven't had one, I'm really happy for you because they're not pleasant. They don't just impact me for 1 or 2 days a year. They cause me to lose sleep. They're cumulative. They get worse the more I have them. I've lived in London for 20 years. I pay taxes in Ward 7. And it costs me money when I can't go to work the next day because I can't sleep, okay? Many of our members are not here today because they have social anxiety, and that's why they were not able to be here. I should be able to expect quiet possession of my home, which I can't. I also want to talk about my dog, Othello, who I lost many years ago, but he was always good with thunderstorms. So like today's weather wouldn't have affected him at all. But fireworks, oh my goodness. And because I have sensitive hearing, I know it's that high-pitched whine just before they go off that really gets to animals and drives them nuts. I have 50 years plus riding, showing, and training horses. I currently have a horse named Samba. He's a bit high-strung, I admit it. He lives right next door to a firing range. Doesn't cause him any problem at all. I might jump with the noise, he never does. Fireworks, if he was not in his stall when those fireworks went off, he would hurt himself badly. As it is, he'll run around his stall and sometimes injure himself. Who do I call for enforcement? I would call the fire department, okay? They are overtaxed. There isn't a live number that I can call after 6 p.m. They don't have time to track these people down, and how are they supposed to when a lot of them are hiding it or they stop? As for meeting my neighbors, this is not the way I want to meet my neighbors, with them physically assaulting me, okay? During the pandemic, I agree, this is what started a lot of the bad behavior, okay? It would go on for 3 to 5 days in my neighborhood. It would start at 6 p.m. and go to 4 a.m. in the morning. I felt like I was in a war zone. These were not friendly gatherings. I went for a walk one night with my husband thinking, well, if we can't beat them, let's join them. It's not like we don't enjoy a good fireworks display when we know what's going to happen and we're prepared for it. We went walking around our neighborhood. There are several public parks. This was like something out of The Purge. I'm not even kidding you. There were fights. It was terrible, okay? And they were going off all around us. I was not comfortable walking into those parks or even walking by them. We got home as quickly as we possibly could. Where I'd like to meet my neighbors is in the community garden that was just planted in the park by our house. That's a great way to give back to the environment, to meet your neighbors, to help neighbors who may be struggling financially to feed themselves. And wouldn't it be really horrible if one of those illegal fireworks displays was to go off and destroy one of those gardens, okay? I absolutely would support extending permits to Diwali. I love Diwali, okay? I visit India very regularly. But I will ask the committee to vote for option B, perhaps with that addendum. But I really hope that in the future, we can follow the lead of cities like Woodstock and move towards no fireworks, or at least a ban on the public sale of fireworks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for recognizing those who are uncomfortable and have anxiety and can't be with us. Once again, anyone who's not here who feels comfortable and wants to still do so can send us an email and we'll go public for council's consideration. So we're gonna go back on screen to see if the muting problem has been fixed. Okay, sorry, I have issues with my audio and he supports option A. So thank you for that. You have been heard, and thank you for joining us and for finding a creative solution. Have a wonderful evening, and we've noted option A is your preference. Going up into the gallery to the lower mic on that side. Please proceed and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Harmanjot Kaur. I'm here to represent, not represent, but I'm here to speak on behalf of all the parents. I, as a mother, have not celebrated Diwali with my son from last 7 years since I'm living in London, Ontario, where backyard fireworks are not allowed on Diwali. It is a very important cultural festival for all the parents who want to educate their kids, celebrate with them. And it's not that we don't tell our kids like how you can you cannot like do this that, but we educate them how to use fireworks safely. We use all the protective measures to tell them like this is how fireworks works, and we would love to celebrate Diwali, a very important festival, with our kids. We would love to tell them this is our festival, this is how we celebrate. That's all I want to say, and I support option A. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us tonight and having
Thank you.
your voice heard. I'm going to go back up into the gallery to the lower mic and then to the upper mic.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you just state your name, that would be perfect.
Yes, my name is Jeff Tennant. So I've been Jeff Tennant. I'll say it slowly so it can be heard more clearly. So I've been living in London for 31 years, and the past 22 of those years I've been living in Old North. And the setting off of fireworks outside of permitted times is a real problem in Old North London and probably in other areas of Ward 6. And my family during this time has experienced the negative effects of consumer fireworks on numerous occasions. These effects include disruptions to our sleep caused by fireworks set off outside the times that are permitted by the bylaw, and also our dog, the late Salsa, may she rest in peace, who would, whenever these fireworks went off, would flee under the bed, run down to the basement, get stuck under the bed. I can really, the comments of a previous speaker really resonated with me, and it's not just domestic animals, but animals, in the wild as well. And, I claim no specific expertise on the effects on animals, on the effects on the environment. But what I do know is they're very well documented. What other speakers said as well about fireworks as a way of getting together, actually fireworks do create a very tense situation between neighbors. There's no easy way to tell a neighbor at midnight who is setting off explosives a few meters from your house that, sorry, could you please stop doing that? It's hard to do that and maintain good neighborly relations, however diplomatic one tries to be. I do vividly recall an incident that took place during Canada Day neighborhood fireworks at the corner of St. James and Helmuth back in the late 2000s. I can't recall which year it was, and it might have been at a time when permits were not required for those sorts of activities, but these were set off by people who were clearly not qualified to set off these explosives, and a piece of burning explosive device flew right at the crowd with adults and kids. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but a lot of us had to run for cover. And I hope the committee will be swayed by the arguments of the man who spoke in such concise and eloquent terms early. How could we drive on any side of the 401 we want, 3 days a year, but have to follow the Highway Traffic Act 362 days a year? I think the analogy to those parts, to any element of the Highway Traffic Act, is very apt from the standpoint of safety. So this was an example. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but it was a good reminder of how dangerous these explosives can be. And my partner, Suzanne, is keenly aware of the danger. She witnessed the aftermath of a fatal fireworks accident in Spain in the 1980s. She can tell you it was not a pretty sight. And you look at the documentation of the number of fireworks accidents and the problems they cause. So in addition to the personal experience of noise problems, threats to safety, I'm aware of lots of other harms caused by consumer fireworks, environmental impacts, trauma inflicted on people with PTSD, as previous speakers have addressed, on birds, animals, both domestic and in the wild. So I'm sure others addressing this meeting this evening will provide further detail of those, but I am aware that these harms are very well documented. So there are many alternatives to consumer fireworks that allow families, groups of friends to get together to celebrate religious and secular occasions or just good times together. We don't need the use of these dangerous explosives to get together, have a good time, and to acknowledge traditions and important occasions. So I strongly urge members of the committee and council to vote for option B of the proposed fireworks bylaw to ban the sale and use of commercial fireworks. And thanks very much for hearing my concerns this evening.
Thank you for joining us. Condolences on the loss of your beloved pet. And I will note that your communication is received and is found on page 111. I will go to the top gentleman in red. Please proceed.
Good evening, councillors and Mayor. My name is Dean DiPietro. I'm a retired vet of 26 years in the Canadian Armed Forces. I do have PTSD, and I do support option A. I've been around a lot of explosives in my life, and fireworks are, for me, it's like a calm. If you don't know it's coming, you're going to, obviously, people will hide. And I can vouch for neighbors and pets and stuff like that. If you don't know something's coming, you will be scared. It's no worse than having them tuner vehicles outside driving up and down the roads and with their engines and saying, here, I'm here, the dirt bikes, all that stuff in town, which is constant. What I'd like to bring up with the city bylaws, and I can guarantee the bylaws which are in London are a generic bylaw across the board. It doesn't matter if you're living here in London, Petawawa, Ottawa, they're generic. In here, obviously we need to modify them. I live in Westminster, great community, and we all know, yes, it bothers the heck out of me as well, fireworks going off at whenever they're not supposed to be doing it. Yes, that is a concern. But the majority of the population do respect the bylaws if they do know about it. Okay. Last year, I decided to do something for the community as a licensed pyrotechnician, which I've been doing for 18 years. When I moved to London 10 years ago, being transferred from Petawawa, I said, I got to find someone to do fireworks displays. And I accidentally ran into Victor, and I've been doing shows for him for the past 9 years. Within downtown, Summerside, Byron, all the communities that get together for the one-time show or twice a year or whatever it is. It's a community-based event. Last year, I went to all the neighbors. I sat with Westminster Community Group up on Osgood Drive, and I approached them about what I wanted to do as a community. Flyers were made. We went around the community. Donations were raised. I went and got the permits, the insurance, everything else fell on me. There were 800 people that showed up in the park at Nicholas Wilson Park that supported the fireworks. Instead of having, oh, okay, fireworks on this day, and people are blowing them off 3 or 4 days prior, we decided to do it once. And people were very receptive to it. The only flaw with getting the permit, which is not in here, was the process, which took the city 21 days to try and figure out who was going to sign for the park. I went down to the fire hall. I said, here's my shooting area. Here's everything required. Everything that was listed for the pyrotechnics that was going to be used, which was all consumer. It was a 25-minute show with all the donations raised. The concern was, oh, did you get a permit or the letter from the city to use the park? It doesn't state that in the bylaw. One of the, I can't remember his name, said, oh, you got to contact the city, you have to create an event. I created an event on what was going to happen. I got a phone call. They could not find anywhere in the documentation in the bylaws who was going to be the signing authority for the permission for the park. I went to City Plaza. They didn't know. I came down here after I got everything all in order, and everybody I'd spoke to, they were all on email. It took 21 days for the city to figure that out. When the city hires a contractor to do the shows, the permission's already given. All they have to provide is the insurance. But thank you for your time, and option A. Thank you.
Thank you for that and your comments on an opportunity for process improvement, as staff is always listening and looking to make things more accessible and less red tape and governmenty. Thank you. I will go to the microphone here, and then we're going to look for Tom Zacharias on virtual. Please proceed and welcome.
Namaste. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome, namaste, and if you just state your name, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, my name is Srilata Varapravan. So namaste to the Madam Chair, respected Mayor, City Councillors, and fellow citizens. I'm here to speak in favor of option A. My name is Srilata Varapravan. I am a senior psychiatrist working at Parkwood Institute Mental Health Care, London, serving every single day patients with severe and persistent mental illness for the last 14 years. I'm also an associate professor at Western University involved in education and research. In my work, I find myself strongly advocating daily for the folks affected by social determinants of health, such as poverty, homelessness, vulnerable, and marginalized population. I'm saying this as I do not take lightly the issues raised by a few people proposing a ban on fireworks because of its impact on mental health. I'm fully aware of the impact of fireworks on mental health, especially for patients with anxiety disorders and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, people suffering from PTSD are hypervigilant and get startled by loud noises like fireworks. But it's also important to remember they get startled by someone coming up from behind them, a door closing, something getting dropped on the floor, etc. The solution here is not to eliminate fireworks, but to invest in resources for this vulnerable population so they don't live in constant fear. As of today, my patients have to wait for 1 to 2 years to get therapy for trauma, and I think that is unacceptable. Additionally, as was shared just now, patients with trauma and anxiety get triggered by unpredictable events. Fireworks are planned and predictable events, which allows people to prepare more proactively. And I'm not saying it's always unpredictable. They can get triggered by predictable events too, but they have more time to actually prepare for this. Secondly, in all of my spare time, I volunteer in the community in various capacities, one of them being Chinmay Mission London, a charitable organization promoting Hindu faith. I have been the president of this religious organization for the last several years, and I stand here with unanimous support from our board of directors. I have also completed a course in Hindu chaplaincy. I share this introduction to emphasize how near and dear this issue is to me. The city's proposal to ban backyard fireworks has not taken into consideration the religious rights and freedom of this peaceful community practicing Hindu faith. We have over 150 students at our center in London who study Hinduism and its scriptures every weekend. As a Hindu religious organization in London promoting and teaching Hinduism in an authentic and deep manner to preserve its traditions and culture is integral to our existence, while also staying with the times and ensuring environmental responsibility. For example, on July 16th, we hosted a global event promoting environmentally friendly practices to protect our planet. Educating youth and community members to be responsible individuals is much more valuable than a punitive measure like a ban that will risk alienating an entire community. Celebration of festivals is an integral part of any culture, and Diwali is the largest Hindu festival that brings together friends and families. We are disappointed by this attempt to erase a very important ritual from our Diwali traditions in a family setting. Banning backyard fireworks takes away this 800-year-old tradition that symbolizes light over darkness, triumph of good over evil. In summary, I have been living in London since 2003 and have been nothing but a righteous and contributing citizen. I shared fondly with my friends and relatives about the diversity and inclusivity in London, where I have raised a beautiful family with 3 children, rooted in their culture and heritage. I also passionately promote the City of London in our recruitment interviews for psychiatrists applying for a job here. I'm confident that the city will take our concerns seriously and honor the city's commitment to preserve cultural traditions and diversity in London, and we can all continue to feel the pride in being a Londoner. Thank you.
Thank you for those words and joining us this evening. Going online to Mr. Tom Zacharias. Welcome. You're unmuted. You have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
My thanks to Your Worship, Mayor Morgan, members of the council and this committee for allowing me to speak to you today. As a quick background, I joined Kaboom Fireworks in early 2022 as its president. For over 10 years, Kaboom Fireworks has been retailing low-hazard consumer fireworks in London in the weeks leading up to Victoria Day and Canada Day holidays. Kaboom also distributes to and oversees consumer fireworks programs during these 2 holiday weeks at major big box retailers with stores in London. Sales permits are obtained each season at each location, which include appropriate inspections as part of the permit process. Sales are conducted in accordance with bylaws as well as federal explosives regulations, which provide comprehensive guidelines governing the display for sale of consumer fireworks. Among the many requirements, these federal guidelines mandate that a comprehensive and approved set of safety instructions outlining the safe handling and discharge of fireworks is provided to every customer. Our mobile stores are fully secured steel shipping containers with lock boxes. The entrances and exits are large and accessible. Our shelving is welded in place with steel dividers to separate products into appropriate lot sizes. Products are packed in consumer packs with accordance with regulations. Fire extinguishers are mounted at the end of each containers and are certified annually. Wiring is completed by certified electricians. No smoking signs are visible inside and outside of our containers, and our containers are placed in a safe distance from roadways, intersections, and buildings. Kaboom typically hires local staff and pays rent to multiple landlords who own large properties in London. Kaboom has been training its staff for many years in the safe handling and storage and sales of fireworks. Our team is well versed on who can legally purchase fireworks and how they can be safely used, and enforcing the age of 18 restriction. We provide our customers with instructions for safe use and believe that education of our customers is key to ensuring a safe and enjoyable holiday season for all. Thousands of loyal customers in London look forward to purchasing their consumer fireworks locally during these sales weeks, and they operate safe fireworks displays with their families and communities. On a larger scale, Kaboom operates 80 retail locations in Southern Ontario and distributes to major retailers who operate over 1,000 stores across Canada. In Ontario, these retailers operate fireworks programs in over 130 municipalities, which continue to allow the sale and use of consumer-grade fireworks. In fact, nearly all Ontario municipalities continue to allow the sale and use of consumer fireworks, including but not limited to municipalities such as Toronto, Windsor, Cambridge, Waterloo, Kitchener, Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville, St. Catharines. I could go on as it's an extensive list. In fact, Caledon and Brampton are virtually the only municipalities which have recently prohibited family fireworks, and it is our understanding that it has not yet been shown to decrease fireworks-related complaints. Recently, the city of Mississauga has undertaken a comprehensive review of its fireworks bylaws, including engagement with the public and the fireworks industry, and we've been advised by city officials that recommended changes will generally be restricted to increased education and enforcement. Both the sales and use will continue to be permitted. The City of Toronto conducted a similar review involving engagement with both the public and the industry with a similar outcome, focusing on education and enforcement. In London's 2022 online survey regarding fireworks, the majority of respondents did not support a complete ban on fireworks. In addition, we do not believe that a majority would have supported a complete ban on consumer fireworks discharged on private property on Victoria Day or Canada Day holidays if this question had been clearly and directly asked in the survey. Furthermore, it should be noted that COVID provided a unique and unprecedented landscape for increased misuse and discharge outside of allowable holidays. This might have influenced opinions at the time of the survey. If the City of London chooses to disallow the safe and regulated sale of consumer fireworks, there will no doubt become an increased and permanent need for regular police enforcement, as renegade vendors will surely pop up repeatedly during the long weekends to sell questionable product in an illegal and unsafe manner out of motor vehicles. We strongly encourage this committee and members of council to adopt option A for the continued regulated sale and use of consumer-grade fireworks, with an increased focus on consumer education and the enforcement of bylaws. Kaboom is prepared to work closely with the City of London to ensure the continued safe enjoyment fireworks as a family and neighborhood event. I'm certainly open for questions if there is an opportunity to do that. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you for those comments. There are no opportunities for direct dialogue this evening, but do know that our bylaw leader is here as well and listening in, and will certainly reach out to you should there be any follow-up that's required. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask technology a question. How difficult is it to go to the committee rooms? Okay, we're good. Okay, so I wasn't asking committee rooms to step up just yet, but there was one gentleman in committee room 5 who was super eager and has been standing this entire time. So I'm gonna ask to go to him. I know I'm getting too fatigued before it's time. And so just going to you, sir, just to state your name, and you have up to 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna ask that that mic just stays with no lineup after you. So please proceed and welcome.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Akshay Vasudev. I'm also a psychiatrist, like Dr. Vara Prabhan, who just represented the community of physicians, as well as, more importantly, the community behind me, Hindus of London, Ontario. I strongly, like her, urge you to consider option A alone. Not only because of the festival of Diwali, and we would be allowed fireworks in our own backyard at our own discretion in the concept of inclusivity, which has been well said by Dr. Vara Prabhan. But I'm also conscious about this lady behind me, who is very conscious about her pets, right? We want inclusivity for everyone. Pets get affected. I have had pets all my life. And I can share with you that, yes, a few hours between dusk and 11 p.m. is probably traumatic for them. But can that be balanced with human needs too? I ask that, or implore that, to see in the spirit of global inclusivity, are we looking only at animals or us, human beings, who have rights too? The Charter of various human rights, that of being able to celebrate religion, I think will trump much more than rights of an animal for 5 to 6 hours, 3 times a year. Canada Day, Victoria Day, and Diwali, and maybe for Chinese Day as well. So let's be aware of what we are talking about. Secondly, I came to this country, like Dr. Vara Prabhan, around 13 years ago, 2010. And I've cherished each and every Diwali with my family of 2 daughters and my wife. It is imperative for us to be given the freedom to celebrate our festival the way we learned them back at home. And if we are talking about countries as such, if we are trying to demarcate, people have given values of AQI and pollution and things. Yes, in my home country, India, Diwali, you can no longer do fireworks, but that country has a very high AQI. There is a conscious reason, scientific reason as to why fireworks have been banned in India itself consecutively, just to save the physical nature that we all have to breathe. Air. Air is what we need to survive. Canada is lucky, extremely lucky, that we do not have any pollution. And if we have to preserve that quality of air, we need to look at the bigger picture, not some fireworks on 5 hours of Diwali. So we need to be very aware of what is the proposal suggesting. If 5 hours of fireworks are making no changes in pollution, is causing no environmental damage, is probably causing some amount of trauma to some people with PTSD and anxiety and probably some animals, what about the rest? What about the people who are not in the room today? What are the people who have more important issues who can't be here because they're looking after people? I have to leave my clinic just to be here because this is very close to my heart. And I will not allow such a thing to go slip through. As an invested citizen of this city, that such a bylaw would come through, it will really hurt a lot of people. So I implore Madam Chair, Council, to please consider option A alone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for joining us today. I'll just advise committee rooms as well, that it would be the same rules of the gallery we just asked, even if you're excited, that you hold your applause, realizing we all have people with different opinions in this space. We want to be inclusive to everyone, that they feel this is a welcoming space. I'm going to go back in chambers to the front microphone, and then I'll go to the back one after that. Welcome, please state your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaste and good evening to one and all present here. My name is Bipasha Pathak and I'm here to present my point on behalf of Hindu youth community. As we have been talking about this for a while now, fireworks hold a strong cultural and emotional significance for us as Hindu youth, especially during Diwali. My childhood memories are of incredible excitement and joy while I await fireworks with the entire family gathered around with a sense of intense well-being and security. It created so many fond memories while having to enjoy this alongside my friends and family, and even to date, its recollection makes my heart smile. It has not only connected me to my strong cultural roots, but also provided me with a sense of belonging. While I am an immigrant here in this country, staying far away from my homeland, I wait eagerly every year in this city to actually see this visually captivating and awe-inspiring display of fireworks. These experiences are meaningful to every other Hindu immigrant students at large, who are trying to maintain a connection to their culture and heritage and staying away from their homeland. Today, we are debating an option that might eliminate our freedom of religious ceremony and infringing on fundamental freedom of peaceful practice of religion guaranteed by the Wonderland land, Canada, that we call home now. The proposed option B will severely restrict our religious freedom as a minority in the city. Please vote for option A. Taking this away from us will totally impact me, or rather the youth freedom of expression to practice our religious belief. I implore the city to find ways to honor these traditions while also adapting to the changing times and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you again for joining us. Well said. I'm going to the top mic in the back, and then I'll proceed to the front microphone on the other side of chambers. Welcome, please state your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon and namaste. My name is Mohan Khandekar, and I'm here to support option A. I have been a resident of London for 37 years. Over the years, I have seen the city grow, communities expand, and population rise. The city has now become a vibrant, diverse, and multicultural. I'm proud to be part of this tolerant and welcoming society. My both daughters are born and brought up in London. Their journey started at Jack Chambers School to Lucas Secondary School to Western University. They both are married and live in Toronto. I'm concerned about the issue of ban on fireworks. Diwali is one of the biggest celebration of Hindu religion, and fireworks is an integral part of this festival. This festival is not only celebrated in India, but by Hindus all over the world. Even the Prime Minister of Canada and leaders of other countries recognize this festival by sending congratulatory messages to Hindus everywhere. The Hindus are living in London, Ontario quietly and peacefully, contributing to this society the best way they can. Let me share with you the memories of Diwali celebration in our household. This is one of the traditions we celebrated with great joy and happiness. I and my wife would take a day off. She would prepare special sweets. I would quote unquote, happily clean the house and decorate with lights. We would get the sparklers from dollar store. In the dark evening of October, I would light them in the backyard and help our daughters to hold them in their tiny hands. I still remember the smiles and excitement on their faces. My daughter now celebrates Diwali the same way when she was little, helping her daughters to hold sparkles in their hands and watching them having fun. If you ask any kid what is the best part of Diwali, I bet the answer will be fireworks. Taking away fireworks from Diwali is like taking away Santa Claus from Christmas. Diwali means row of lights. The row of lights signify elimination of darkness from our lives. The houses are decorated with lights, families welcome the guests, sweets are distributed, then the children get new clothes, and of course, they get fireworks. Everyone loves Diwali for different reasons. The children look forward to it for nothing but fireworks. I urge city not to ban fireworks and take away the joy from our next generation when they celebrate the biggest, the most prominent, and the most important festivals of Hindu tradition, Diwali. Thank you, and I hope you choose option A.
Thank you for joining us this evening. I'll just restate that if your points have already been said, to briefly summarize it, I still have 2 other committee rooms that are full. And I'm going to go to the gentleman at the front mic here, and then next in line, we will go virtually to Ms. Ronson, just so they can prepare. Please proceed. Welcome. State your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Namaste. Sat Sri Akal. Salam Alaikum. My name is Saket Pandey, and I am father of these 2 lovely boys here. And just a question I would like to answer on their behalf as well. What's the funnest thing they do on Diwali, Victoria Day, and Canada Day? They would say fireworks. We do not do or use dangerous explosives, as some people are using that word, dangerous explosives and illegal fireworks. Sorry to disappoint you all, but I or my children have never done anything illegal. We don't use dangerous explosives either. We just use sparklers, fountain lights, spinners, and they do make some noise. We do have some small fireworks which do make noise. But when it comes about pollution, well, 3 days of fireworks will not cause a lot of pollution. But each and every one of us driving from point A to B, even if we have to go to a grocery store or convenience store, cause a lot more pollution. Noise pollution or loud noises. Well, nowadays in Walmart or any store, we can buy headphones which are noise cancellation headphones. Here we are standing talking about ban on fireworks because of certain small issues, and certain people are saying that a large community of people doing fireworks on Canada Day, Victoria Day, and Diwali should be excluded from their fun things just because they had a little bit of inconvenience for maybe 5 to 10 hours in a whole year. It's like asking to ban knives because there are people out there stabbing someone. You cannot just advocate for that. It's just a little bit of inconvenience which can be solved and sorted out in a very, very, very easy way. costs you $10 to buy a noise cancellation headphone. But my kids, I immigrated, they were born here. And from the first year when they were born, we have been celebrating Diwali, Victoria Day, and Canada Day with fireworks. When I immigrated here 12 years ago, all I knew and learned to do on Canada Day, Victoria Day, is fireworks or maybe go camping. And that's it. There is no other way to celebrate it. This is what Canadians have been doing for hundreds of years. And Hindus, Sikh, Jain, Buddhist have been celebrating Diwali for hundreds, if not thousands of years with fireworks. Animals, well, this is my younger son and he loves animals. He loves pets. He has cat, he has a dog, he has reptiles, everything. He does care about animals. Well, your animal cannot be a reason for inconveniencing others. I would urgently request the council members to please select option A. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll also note to the members of the public with us today, there is no age limit on speakers, so if children were in attendance and did want to speak, they are welcome to line up at a microphone and have their turn. We're not always as intimidating as, okay, we're not always as intimidating. So thank you. I just want to note that sometimes kids do come and speak as well. So all are really welcome to have their voices heard. So in the interim, did you want to say anything briefly? Because you did have a few seconds left of your time, if one of the children wanted to.
I would just ask a question. How do you love fireworks?
How do I love?
Do you love them?
Yeah.
Yeah, good answer. It matched yours. So thank you for joining us. I will go to Ms. Ronson, who's joined us virtually, to come on screen and unmute.
You have to take them.
We're just loading in. Perfect. Okay, you are on screen. You seem to be unmuted.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. You're coming through clear. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Pelosa and committee members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this matter. I have been working on the campaign to ban fireworks for the past 2 years. When we started our group, Londoners for Quiet Fireworks, we formulated a 3-year plan that would see the city gradually phase out all traditional fireworks. Option 2 of the proposed fireworks bylaw meets step 2 of our plan, a ban on the sale and detonation of consumer fireworks. It has not been an easy fight. I have been doxxed by the opposing side, people looking up my business page and phone number to leave nasty messages on both. I've also received online threats of physical harm. One man suggested that I could go choke on a male appendage. Another told me that I should go kill myself and called me the C word. To add insult to injury, the city clerk's office decided to censor my public
Sorry, I'm going
submissions.
to do the same then. I'm going to note that there are children present in the gallery as we talk about potential swear words, even if you're blocking them out. And just please stick to the fact of the fireworks. And I will note that your petition is in front of us for committee and those joining us on page 150. We did get your communication.
Okay.
And my comments did not count towards your time.
Okay. So let me catch up here.
Your time will not start until you start speaking. So don't worry, find where you're at and please proceed when you're ready.
Thanks. Okay, yes, so hold on, sorry, 1 second. To add insult to injury, the city clerk's office decided to censor my public submissions and yet allow another petition that had no signatures attached to it on the public agenda. And now the CNFA is threatening lawsuits if you choose option A. In spite of all this, I will continue to speak out about the harms of fireworks. Fireworks are projectile explosives that can be used as weapons. For example, in London this summer, on the 11th floor of an apartment, Someone fired and lit off Roman candles at an individual inside. Every year, people are maimed and killed by fireworks. We heard the news of a 24-year-old hockey player in Michigan who died of chest trauma when an errant firework hit him dead on. A former London police officer who wrote on Twitter that you are not allowed to discharge pellet guns, so why are fireworks not allowed, or why are fireworks not included with that bylaw? One second. The issue of harm caused by fireworks is not going away. If a stronger bylaw doesn't get passed this time around, there will be others who bring back the issue next year and the year after that, until someone finally listens. I'm hoping that tonight will be the time that you listen. The UN recently made a declaration that the era of global warming has arrived. The City of London has a climate emergency plan, and the issue of pollution created by fireworks demands that Council view it from the lens of climate emergency screening tool. There is no denying the mounds of scientific data available that speak to the harm of fireworks cause to our environment, people, pets, and wildlife. Are you willing to discard all of that evidence just so people can have fun at the expense of others? The Municipalities Act grants municipalities broad powers to invoke a bylaw to protect the safety and health of residents. Through the letters to the agenda, you've heard from a social worker, a former firefighter, several folks with disabilities that include autism, PTSD, anxiety, as well as many others who express concerns about personal safety and health issues related to fireworks. These are just a few who felt comfortable sharing their stories publicly. Our group has many others who suffer an exacerbation of PTSD symptoms when they hear fireworks. One Indigenous member of our group suffers from PTSD because her son was murdered by gunshot. She says that every time she hears fireworks go off, it takes her right back to that day when her son was murdered. In regards to Canada Day fireworks, she said, quote, it's an even bigger offense to her because people are getting their jollies by celebrating Indigenous genocide, end quote. She stated that, quote, her Indigenous identity was ripped out from under her at birth, and she doesn't love the idea of Canada Day, which literally celebrates the destruction of Indigenous peoples and communities and the takeover of our lands. How could we, in good conscience, ask members like this to participate in this PPM when we knew that it would only serve to re-traumatize them? We couldn't. I'll speak briefly about the Diwali celebrations. We do not believe that any holiday, whether it's Christian, Hindu, Chinese, or secular, should be celebrated with fireworks because of the harm they create. If we concede to one group, we'll have to make allowances for all.
30-second warning.
Of proposed bylaws, all the community groups will still be able to seek a permit for their shows. Tonight, please consider the harm caused to residents by fireworks, consider the extensive research that has been presented to you, and vote for option B. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for being with us tonight. Once again, page 115 contains the signatures and divided into local signatures and specifically London as well for council's consideration. I will go to committee room 1, if possible. There's been a resident lined up at the microphone for a while, and then once that resident's heard, I will go back up to the gallery. So committee room 1, please state your name, and thank you for joining us. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good day. Is the microphone, you can hear me?
We can hear you wonderfully. Please proceed.
Good day, Madam Chair, and thank you, councilors, and everyone who's taking the time to listen to this very, very difficult subject. My name is Lori Miller, and I understand that people like fireworks. When I was younger, I liked fireworks. The magic razzle-dazzle of light, the emotion and tradition that it holds for certain cultures. I get all of that. But fireworks are not magic. And fireworks have a very dark and ugly underbelly. They are chemicals, they are explosions, they are gunpowder. We have an important decision to make, and it's hard. Progress is hard. Change is hard. Being devoted to a secular, caring society is hard. Asking for quiet nights around certain holidays for our neighbors is not hard. In fact, change, we need to embrace change. Remember, women were not allowed to hold office. Remember, we didn't want to wear seatbelts and we wanted to smoke in public places. Change is to protect the public. It's also to protect all that we hold dear. As a science person, I would love to go on and on and on about the chemistry, the combustion, the byproducts, and the biohazards. But we don't have time for that. What I want to talk about is who are we as Londoners? Who are we that we are willing to ignore the residual consequences of fireworks? Who are we that we think it doesn't matter if our neighbor with a newborn child, or our neighbor with mental health, or our hard shift working neighbor feeding the family would like to sleep? But no, I'm in my backyard, popping and banging relentlessly, unpredictably. Since I've been retired from my career, I have had the joy of working with wildlife rehabilitation. And I will tell you, it is not pretty. It is ugly. The consequences go beyond PTSD and lack of sleep. Animals separated from their parents, birds separated from their parents, fawns lost in panic, pleading for their mother, who cannot go to them because of the trauma of fireworks. I see firsthand the additional patients coming into rehab centers, and I have spoken to many of them in preparation for this tonight. You please try to think outside your box, as I have done, and I am heartbroken. I know there's cultural importance, I get all that, but we need to be bigger than that, and we need to be better than that. We're dealing with forest fires, wildfires, climate change. We are dealing with a lot. And you know, I had a conversation with an amazing family man just the other day. And he said, you know, I live a little bit outside of the city, and I wanted to introduce my children to the joy of fireworks. They're getting to that age. And he didn't really think, I'm sure it was within the days. And again, that's one of the issues. The days are confusing. But he lit the fireworks, and his neighbors, he said, they ran over, they were screaming, they were crying, they were begging him to stop. The horses in their barn were thrashing, cutting themselves, hurting themselves, desperately trying to escape. That's just not one barn. That's just his neighbor's barn. The sheer panic that goes on, you know, dogs hear 4 times better than us. And what we think is going on in our backyard, sound travels 343 meters per second. 1 second of a magical boom, and everybody around you in 343 meters, and that's just the start, is dealing with the consequences of that unpredictable and frightening explosion. London, who are we? Are we not the bird-friendly city? Are we not the forest city? Do we not support all communities? We've had tragedy, we've tried to recover from. I think the simple solution is a clear solution. One of the reasons the reporting and the enforcement is so tricky is because it's 3 days before, 1 day before, and it's a very wishy-washy bylaw, and Londoners are abiding citizens. So the argument that people are going to break rules anyway is a false argument. We are good people, and if you tell us not to light them off in our backyard, and that is clear, well, when people do, we know that they went out of their way to inconvenience, as the speaker said, they didn't want to inconvenience anyone.
You have reached your 5 minutes.
Out of their way to inconvenience the neighbors. Am I at 30 seconds?
You'd actually already had your 30-second ding.
I missed that. Can we please?
Yeah, you got 20 seconds to wrap up.
To vote option B. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Miller. I'll also note for everyone's information that your communication is here on the public docket and located on page 106. I will go to the top microphone in the gallery. Please state your name and you have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Bill McClement. I've been selling fireworks in the City of London for 33 years. And I just wanted to expand on Michael's comments that fireworks is part of the fabric of this community. I actually go to a street party once a year, about 20 homes. These people hardly ever speak to each other, but once a year they bring out the barbecues and they have a street party. I have many people come in and buy kits and say, I'm going to invite my neighbors over tonight to watch fireworks. I had one gentleman in my tent this year to buy one fireworks. He said, I have 100 people coming to an event and everybody brings one fireworks. So what I wanted to comment was on how it brings communities together, families together, and friends together. That's all I wanted to say. I know the City of London is 170 years old. It's going to be around for thousands of years. But to think that our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, etc., cannot let off fireworks, I think is a travesty, and I hope that the City Council goes with Plan A. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, for being here. A brief moment to committee. It is 5:43. My intention was to take a dinner break or some sort of break at 6 for a few minutes. At that point, it's going to be your question if you want to have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. So just think on that. As I'm going to go to another speaker at the microphone in the top.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Namaste, respected Mayor Morgan, Madam Chair, honorable councillors and residents of the City of London. My name is Nimish Shukla. I'm a proud Londoner and a member of the Hindu Gujarati community. Madam Chair, I'm interested in knowing if the city has involved relevant stakeholders, community organizations, decision makers, business organizations, and residents of the city that could be directly affected by the change in the bylaw. As it is repeatedly said here, and that's why I was deleting all my paragraphs because so many things been already said. As it's been repeatedly said here today that the change in the bylaw to ban backyard fireworks will directly affect the Hindu community of London. And none of these 10+ organizations were invited or involved from the beginning of the process. In our opinion, a direct ban on a backyard fireworks may not be the right solution. Instead, an action plan should be implemented to educate and train vendors and suppliers and the customers. Victor has covered quite a lot of that on that line, so not going to deliberate on that. Introduce control programs similar to Smart Serve that is implemented by AGCO for alcohol. My vote is option A, and again, by involving various groups in conducting a force-filled analysis, you will see the community's readiness and acceptance in the change process. Measure and monitor the progress and outcomes can be done regularly on this. We are hoping that the city will consider the impact of the ban on the emotions of the Hindu community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here this evening and for not repeating what's already been said. I believe there's a gentleman at the microphone in committee room 1. Perfect, he's there waiting to speak. If we can get him on a microphone to go. And welcome, just state your name, you have up to 5 minutes.
Charbonneau. I work with my father-in-law, Victor Amber, K&H Fireworks. And I had a bunch to say, and it kind of changed because of all the stuff that I've been hearing. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone said, but I would like to go a little bit further with it. I just been in fireworks for 10 years, part-time for about 6-7 years. I was in corporate, a major corporate company for 22 years. Took a pay cut, lost a lot of pension and everything to do something like fireworks. The pay is not bad. The hours are horrible. It's every weekend, all summer, every summer. So I don't get time off. But what I do is I work for 12, 13 hours in one day to do 15 minutes or 10 minutes for thousands of people celebrating life. And anyone is in his chamber or on council, I'm sure everyone's been to a fireworks show. And what is it? It's all happiness. The world is full of people and arguments and problems and issues. And people do have issues, PTSD. My whole family's from the Army. Navy. I've seen it all. I've heard it all. And no matter what you do, it's always going to be there. Like they said, fireworks, a glass drops, you tap them on your shoulder. That's what happens. So I want to talk about the environment. And the main thing I'm thinking about is when I first drove up here, and we usually have 2 seasons. We have seasons of what? Construction in winter. Well, there's a lot of construction. And if you were to look at the stats, 38% of our actual pollution is caused by concrete of buildings and roads. That's our biggest polluter, lime and concrete. And construction, 30% of the carbon percentage in Canada. Also, in the fact of carbon footprints, sorry, I'll get back to that. But in terms of clean air and energy, like one gentleman said, our pollution is great. Actually, when I did it, as of June 2nd, 2023, we're 111 of 130 countries. And ahead of us is Malta and Guyana and Lithuania and places a lot smaller that are doing a lot worse for what we're doing. We're achieving our goals. Also, in regards to the sounds of 343 meters a second. I have a dog, I have a cat. A lot of our shows are done in the country. There is stuff around us all the time. And yes, it travels. Do I hear it in my house when it's 60 feet away? Minimal. No different than a 6-hour lightning storm. So this year you guys are having an air show, and it has, what do we have here? Demo Team, Pegasus, Sea Fury, the Mustang, the Fighter Wing, the Snowbirds. They're all coming for 3 days, and they're going to emit, I think, was it 19 billion pounds of emission in 3 days into the atmosphere. Now, if you look at, the actual emissions cost of, I'll get back to that, is we do shows all over the country on the West Coast, and we do a show in a national park, and it's well regulated from the time you go into the park to the time you're out of the park. And we're talking moose, bears, wolves, coyotes, you name it, it's there. And it's been heavily thought about, and it's designated, and we do a show all the time. Thousands of people, it's a community event, the whole community comes out, the whole area comes out. It's a celebration. Now, for that to happen, it takes a community to know what they're dealing with. Fireworks aren't a problem like everything else. You have these bylaws, but yet people say, well, it's only 3 days out of the year. Well, if you hunt, you can only deer hunt for what, 2 months? And
30-second
salmon
warning.
hunting is a time and whatever else. So you can only do stuff from certain bylaws at certain times of the year. So some certain stuff does affect other things as well. I think that reducing the days of fireworks and quitting it and getting rid of it is a travesty. People, like they said.
Thank you, that's
guys
your
sell
5
fireworks.
minutes.
Pardon me?
That's your 5 minutes.
That's my 5 minutes?
It's been 5 minutes, but I do have a request of you. If you could just restate your name one more time, we just need to have it for the public record.
Michelle Charbonneau.
Thank you. The committee clerk nodded, and she did hear you this time. Thank you so much. In preparation, to make sure that no one lines up if they don't have to, and for we're on the same page, I'm going to go to committee room 5, and then I'll go back to committee room 1 where the lady in the gray sweater is. And then that's going to be our speakers before the break, and then we will be back shortly, and then after break, the mayor will be joining us. Committee room 5, the microphone can go live. Please just state your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So good afternoon, evening, Madam Chair and committee members and people of our community. My name is Tara Golden. I really thank you for this opportunity to speak about an issue that greatly affects my life. I appreciate speaking for myself and not having anybody speak on my behalf. This greatly affects my life, the people I know, animals I know, and the environment around me. I'm a resident of White Oaks and have been for 10 years. I'm very privileged to have access to wonderful green spaces around me, White Oaks Park and Cheswick Park especially. I'm here to speak about why council should vote for option B, banning consumer purchase and backyard use of fireworks. One of the main reasons behind my stance is that I have a rescue dog who is terrified of fireworks. He's not orange, but he kind of looks like that when fireworks go off. So I have to severely sedate him for a period of 1 week on either side of a holiday. So the fact that people are saying this is 5 hours or 2 hours or 3 hours or whatever it is, that is untrue for me. He is so scared, he crawls behind my furnace. He is so terrified that I cannot walk him in the afternoon or have him go outside to do his business after 5 p.m. as he is afraid fireworks will be set off. Fireworks in my neighborhood go off at all random times, at all hours and all days of the night and during the day. So I actually wrote an email to Chair Pelosi at 3 a.m. one night after being awoken by fireworks. Fireworks also affect my household sleep and ability to get proper rest. I deal with people's finances, their retirement savings, their finances, everything they have saved in their life. And I need to be able to get a good night's rest in order to function accurately and productively. My father has dementia and fireworks affect his sleep and rest levels as well. I am his sole caregiver, so I'm already tired. I'm pretty exhausted already. And I'd like to know, how can noise canceling headphones resolve my problems? They can't. It's not realistic. I can't just go to Walmart and buy some headphones and cancel all these things I have to deal with in my life. I have seen fireworks being set off from a moving car. Fireworks are also used as weapons towards people. Just this year, Waterloo Regional Police laid multiple charges after they responded to multiple calls that involved fireworks being shot at people. Fireworks were also set off on TTC buses that were packed with people. There were also reports this year in a White Oaks Community Watch group of fireworks being shot at people at White Oaks Mall. This brings me to the issue of bylaw enforcement. From my continued experience, it is very difficult, if not impossible, for the current bylaw to be enforced. How can I report a person or persons when they are setting off fireworks in a public space without a permit, a park, from a moving car? I don't know who they are or where they live. How can they be held accountable? Who is accountable for giving fireworks to minors who abuse them? If we ban the sale and use of public fireworks, this will also free up needed resources within the fire department and bylaw enforcement department. Also, why would people complain when they know it's pointless? I know others will also touch on the fact fireworks disturbs people's sleep, wake babies, trigger PTSD, and some individuals cause pollution and harm or killed wildlife. They are also not friendly to people with autism or auditory processing disorders. All of these concerns mentioned are based in fact, science and studies back these findings. Is the environmental cost worth a couple minutes of entertainment? Is it ethical for us to continue to do this? Are we okay with ignoring the negative effects of fireworks? Should we base decisions on a person's feelings or facts? When spending time in the parks around me, I found many spent fireworks and the garbage left over from them in green spaces. No one cleans them up, so wildlife can end up consuming them. Their toxins can seep into the soil. And in the time where wildfires are at an all-time high in Canada, should we be adding to the pollution in the air? It's pretty rhetorical if you ask me.
30-second warning.
Speaking honestly. There comes a time when we need to change for the betterment of society. When we talk about cultural and traditions, if these traditions harm or have negative effect, it is time to reflect and make the necessary changes to move forward in goodness and light. We need to change traditions when they harm us and our communities. It is time for us to think critically about this issue and embrace positive change. This is our time. Optioners should take pride in evolving for a better tomorrow, and I implore you to vote for option B. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And as always, as your ward counselor and as any counselors, any time of day you write, sometimes you might be surprised that we are also up at the same time, and sometimes we're awake for the same reasons you are, as we're residents too. So the gentleman who just stood up at the microphone, you're not going to be heard before break, but happy to give you first dibs when we get back, just for you don't stand around. Perfect, a thumbs up. Committee room 1, the lady in the gray sweater, not sure if you're tag teaming this one, but I'll leave that to you if you want to share your 5 minutes, or it's just you. I'm just confused what's happening, but proceed with your name and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. My name is Diane Fortney. I have been to City Hall many times and many public participation meetings, and the issue of fireworks is something that is of concern to a lot of people in London. And I have the advantage of being able to see this from many different lenses. I am a nurse up until a few years ago, and I worked in the mental health area in Emerge. So I see the fact that loud noises that over the years sound more and more like bombs, which are what fireworks sound like now, has a terrible effect on people who had any kind of trauma. And it's not an effect of, 2 hours during a whole year. We are a community, a country, a municipality that is inclusive, that does invite and welcome many different cultures. But we also need to realize that many people come from war-torn areas with a lot of emotional baggage, and to scare them and traumatize them and have them suffer, to me, is not something that I want to participate in. So I see it from that point of view. I also see it from the point of view where I called many nights, many different numbers to no avail, because I needed to sleep, because the next day I would be going into Emerge and giving medications to people being sleep deprived. And I really don't see that I would have better sleep if I wore headphones. So I would jokingly tell the third or fourth person that I had called, don't bother, because don't worry, because I'm getting up in half an hour. But don't come, if you come to Emerge, don't take a medication from Diane, because I would be sleep deprived. And actually had a conversation with a gentleman from the fire department, who I don't think they really like these things that much, who said he was also sleep deprived. And I said, well, you don't want medication from me, and I don't want you coming and trying to put out the fire at my house. So I see it from that lens. Also, I'm an animal advocate, so I see and know and have educated myself that I would encourage other people to do also. People who say they like animals and their children like animals, what this actually does to animals, both domestic animals and wildlife. And I found it pretty offensive for people to be talking about the fact that it's just a dog and people shouldn't be inconvenienced because of my dog. That shows a total lack of knowledge and ignorance, and I mean that in the true sense of the word, of the human-animal relationship. That I would hope by 2023, we are starting to learn a bit more about that. So I know that from my experience and also from being a psychiatric nurse. The last thing that I want to say is that I have been to many of these public meetings, and I have never, ever seen the disrespect or heard the disrespect that I have heard tonight. Because someone does not agree with a certain issue, does not mean that you are against a whole religion or that you are not inclusive. In fact, I would say that many of the things that have been said tonight are actually fairly hypocritical. My idea is that I don't want to cause more pain and suffering in the world. So if people are telling me that they can't sleep, it hurts them, it scares their animals, they don't like it, it hurts the environment, which is our home, I would really like to listen to that and maybe be a little more considerate. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're at what we agreed on for a break time, or we just need to recharge before we hear from more residents. Looking to committee, how long are you looking for? Give me a number. Okay. I have 2 15s, and I'll take it. So, okay, so we're looking for, I'm gonna do, in a minute, I will do a motion for a mover and a seconder for a 15-minute break. I'm going to say moved by Counselor Pibble, it's going to be seconded by Counselor Ferrer. But in the interim, to the friends in the gallery, this is your opportunity also to have a break. There are unnutritious vending machines, of what I would call not nutritious, but delicious, on the gallery floor up where you are. Anyone in a committee room, being 1 or 5, you can stay put where you are if you want. There's also some space in council chambers if you want to try our uncomfortable bench seats here. As I told you earlier when I stopped in to say hi, you're not missing anything. But if you want to come for a different experience, please join us. So we have a motion on the floor for just a 15-minute break, but we'll be back on time. Moved and seconded, a hand vote of a brief break. Councilor Pribble, this is a hand vote. Okay, that carries. So 15 minutes, and then we'll see you back here with the lineup at the mic to resume hearing your opinions. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to ask everyone to find their perfect spot of bench and settle in. We're ready to get started. If there's anyone, I don't see anyone, but if there is anyone on committee rooms 1, 3, or 5, there is room in chambers if you would like to come and join us. Yeah, and to people coming in, there is another door, or you could just squish by people. Yep, it's kind of like a big roundabout. Perfect. Yeah, and like I said, anyone in the committee room, there is room here in chambers if you would like to come in and join us. Okay. Daryl, you're staying with us too? Perfect. Daryl Newcomb is in council chambers for any fans who want to see him live in person. Sorry, the night grows long some days. Perfect, so we're just reconvening. Committee is all here, and other council members are online watching us. So I'm going to resume my place in the gallery. I'm going to start with the mic, the lower mic here, and then upper mic on this side. And we have cleared all our speakers off Zoom, and I will monitor the committee rooms, though they are starting to be shut down. So welcome, your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Namaste. My name is Belmanu Ramakrishna Acharya, and Honorary Councilwoman, Chair, Madam Chair, and Mayor, although present virtually, and to all the council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come in and put in my thoughts on this crucial subject. When I actually got to know about this bylaw and that we were debating and that we were having a public poll, it was quite late, a month ago. And just by reading through the headline of that bylaw wherein it was proposed to ban fireworks, well, that basically called it for me. That I had, this is just for everybody to know, this is my first public participation meeting ever in my life. I've stayed and worked in 3 different continents, multiple countries. Always have been able to celebrate Diwali in each of these countries that I was a part of, and I have stayed and worked there. But when I saw the bylaw and the meeting that we have called today for banning bylaw, banning the fireworks and getting a law into place for such effect, it actually struck something inside me. And just by history, if you go into history, banning anything outright has never worked. Has never ever worked. If we are so concerned about ourselves, our health, our mental health, our physical health, let's start with banning alcohol. Let's start with banning weed. Let's start with banning a lot of other things that actually cause a lot of other damage, known damage, researched, very well researched damage to the human body and mental health. But even that will never work. Because had it worked, try banning alcohol and you will see the sale of illegal alcohol go up. Try banning weed, you will see the sale of illegal weed going up. Try banning fireworks, well, you can complete the statement yourself, right? So living in Canada, right, a land of multiculturalism. Now, since I have said that word, I would like to draw all of your attention to the Multiculturalism Act of 1988 of Canada. That was brought into place precisely for this reason. I'm going to read it out, right? So the Canadian Multiculturalism Act acknowledged multiculturalism as a fundamental characteristic of Canadian society with an integral role in shaping Canada's future, right? Underline future. The measures emphasize the right of all individuals to preserve and share, underline, their cultural heritage while retaining their rights to full and equitable participation in Canadian society. Well, having read that, I think it should not be even an option to go for option B of banning anything at all, let alone fireworks, right? We are living in a land of opportunities where everybody is equal and everything is respected, all the cultures are respected, and banning this will just go, will just put a dent, especially in on London City's council members, Canada, as a country as a whole, that bans things that are culturally important to a vast amount of people. I come from a country which has a tagline of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which says the world is one family. All of you are my family, right? And that's where it comes in of sharing. I want to share this culture with all of you, and just banning anything will never work. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Namaste.
Thank you. Time out for you. We missed your name. If you just restate it for the record.
Well, it's a long one. Belmanu Ramakrishna Acharya. I can spell it out.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I thought so. Bob, Echo, Lima, Mother, Alpha, November. November, umbrella. That's the first word. Second word. Romeo, Alpha, Mother, Alpha, Kilo, Romeo, Indigo, Sugar, Hotel, November, Alpha. And the surname as Acharya, which means Guru. Alpha, Charlie, Hotel, Alpha, Romeo, Yankee, Alpha. Thank you.
That was very impressive. Thank you. And
That's just my cut down name for the passport. My official name is Balmanu Dauharik Jai Vijay Vedavyas Ramakrishna Acharya. Thank you.
I'd applaud for that, but we're not supposed to be applauding in the chambers. So thank you for that, and thank you for choosing us for your first ever public participation meeting. Namaste. Just to security in the front, can you just use a mic? Was this a hand signal of like no more friends in chambers, we're full up?
Everybody's up here now.
Oh, perfect. All our friends are here in the chambers, so that's even better. We've all fit. Sorry.
Sorry, I was rusty on my hand signals.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm a parent, so usually I only know like no, stop.
There's still people in community room 1.
Oh, they went back in.
Okay, that's okay. Friends, we can roam at will. That's okay. So I'm going to go to the gentleman upstairs, and then I will go to committee room 1 to the lady in red. So you'll be next up after the gentleman in the top row. Your name, and you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mayor and committee members for allowing me to speak. My name is Jeff Orchard, and I'm speaking in favor of option B. I would begin with the question, is the current way of doing things with respect to fireworks effective? And would a greater good be achieved by banning the consumer sale of fireworks? The answer to the first question is that the current setup is not working, as evidenced by the volume of complaints about fireworks being set off at random times and places indiscriminately. And as elected members of council, you have that challenge before you, of course, addressing when something isn't quite as it maybe ought to be in an ideal situation. And for me, the answer for the second question is yes, a greater good could be achieved by the ban on the sale and use of consumer fireworks. The effect on the environment, wildlife, pets, and infant children is well documented. What's more, there are precedents for such bans in neighboring municipalities, such as Brampton, Caledon, and more recently, Woodstock. And those bans are proving to be effective. For me personally, the days leading up to and following the Victoria Day long weekend and Canada Day long weekend, my pet dog and I navigate a veritable minefield of discarded shells and remnants of fireworks in the park behind my house, a park which ought to be, ideally, a place of refuge and peace. I pick those shells up, being a good citizen, and put them in the garbage. The community ought to celebrate. But for my neighbor from war-torn Syria, who suffers from PTSD, the effect of fireworks is more visceral, his condition exacerbated by the indiscriminate explosive sounds in and around the neighborhood. For my friend who has taken in a single mother and her daughter, who sought refuge in Canada and a more peaceful life after fleeing the Ukraine, the daughter quakes in fear at the sounds and explosiveness of fireworks. And the greater good would be achieved for my longtime friend James, who is autistic, and who feels the need to lock himself in his room every July 1st and Victoria Day weekend. Option B allows consistent, predictable days. Consideration could be considered, or compensation could be considered, and time allowed for small businesses to adjust to this new way of doing things. So by all means, celebrate. There are many creative ways to do so, but let the random explosive sounds be let go. In closing, I thank you for your consideration on this matter, and I ask that the mayor and committee members vote for option B.
Thank you, Mr. Orchard. I will note that your communication has been received, is on page 112 of our agenda for anyone wishing to follow up and read it. I will also note that the mayor has joined us virtually. I'm going to go to the lady in red in committee room 1 first, but to the next speakers in the gallery, if the microphone isn't at the right height, feel free to wrestle with it, and you can take it right off that stand if that works better for you, or angle it. You do what you need to do. So committee room 1, your name please, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Marie Bloch, and I'd like to start with a couple of comments, or a question actually. When I was listening to the staff report, it mentioned having 3 days potentially where fireworks would be allowed, Canada Day, Victoria Day, which are currently allowed, and then possibly adding Diwali and saying 3 days. But of course, Diwali is a multi-day festival. And so if you just say one of those days, I think that would have to be clarified, because I'm sure everyone would have the same question I do, which is which of the days. The other comment I wanted to make was in today's London Free Press, I wanted to draw to your attention that there is an article there about a barn fire that resulted in $1 million worth of damage. And it was determined that the cause of the fire was the cause of the fire to the barn was fireworks. So if you haven't seen that article, I wanted to draw it to your attention. What I'd like to do now is switch gears and speak as the Vice Chair of the City's Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. And we did give you a report, which is in your packet, and hopefully you've read that. And if you haven't, it's in your packet. But I'd like to start off with that by saying that the committee's mandate is animal welfare. And so we limited our comments to the impact of fireworks on animals, but we do recognize that there's a lot of other issues with fireworks. But in looking at the impacts on animals, we do recommend that you follow option B and end the sale and use of backyard fireworks. And we have some additional recommendations with that. We think that's consistent with existing city policies. Speaker before me mentioned being a bird-friendly city, which is true. Also, the strategic plan, which says that London continues its efforts to promote animal welfare, including companion pets and wild animals. And also, I'd like to draw your attention to the Humane Animal-Wildlife Conflict Policy that states that the city is committed to upholding high standards of animal welfare, including the humane treatment of wildlife. And, you know, I heard a couple of comments that, well, if it impacts animals, that's just kind of something we have to accept, and that isn't consistent with city policy. We are fortunate on the committee to have Kendra Coulter, who's a professor at Huron, who has researched the issue of fireworks and animals and published in that area. And our report does link to her article. And we also consulted with wildlife rehabilitators, as well as the Animal Welfare Committee for the City of Oshawa. And what we found out is initially with pets, with dogs and cats, the usual advice is, well, prepare them, take them inside, sedate them, put them in a calm place. That's only possible with notice. If fireworks are just going off in people's backyards at any time, at random times, then there's no way that you can take some kind of proactive action. And it's only by saying no more to that we can protect these animals. With wildlife, of course, there's no way to give them notice. So we really have to look at mitigating the effects. And what we found out when we did the research from the wildlife rehabilitators is that they consistently get an increase in calls and in animals coming in after a fireworks event, that animals will flee and often not make their way back to a nest. So there's a lot of orphaned animals that are brought into rehabilitation centers. There's also adult animals that are when they bolt, run into the street and get hit by a car. So they do see these numbers going up. And
30 seconds.
The effect is well documented. Also prey animals will have something called cardiomyopathy. They'll often just die from the stress. So we do have some additional recommendations there. I'll try to get through that quickly. And also draw your attention to the City of Oshawa's Animal Welfare Report. It goes into great detail to the effects of pollution that lands in the water and affects aquatic wildlife. If I could just have 30 seconds to finish.
I cannot allow an extra 30 seconds, or our other guests
Okay,
before you
well,
would
then
have.
I just
So,
ask you to look at the additional recommendations.
thank you for that and for joining us. And I will note, as she mentioned, as a member of the Animal Welfare Community Advisory Committee, that correspondence is in our package, as she noted, on page 5, with the information, the recommendation being B, and other information on its effect on wildlife and family pets. Thank you for that. I'm going to two people in chambers, then I'll go back to committee room 1. So I'm going to go up here, if you're fine stating your name, and then you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Namaste, Madam Chair. My name is Rahi Patel, and I'm in support of option A. I am 15 years old and have lived in London for the majority of my life. As a Hindu youth, I simply cannot imagine Diwali without the backyard fireworks and sparklers. They have been a part of my whole childhood, and me, along with many Hindu youth, would be very disappointed in the city for implementing this bylaw. That's all I'd like to say. I kindly urge the members of the council and the public to vote option A. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for coming and being with us tonight, and for taking this opportunity to publicly speak, as it is sometimes very intimidating. So congratulations, and you did very well. I'm going to go up to on this side. Please state your name. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hey, my name is Rick, and I'm a London resident. Regulation of fireworks allow for the control of fireworks. The ban will cause those who still want fireworks or the products.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask for you to just move the mic down a little bit. Just want to make sure that it picks it up for those on joining us virtually can hear you too.
Hey, my name is Rick. I'm a resident of London. Regulation of fireworks allow for the control of fireworks. The ban will cause those who still want to use the product turn into the black market. The black market contains products that are currently banned from the ERD, and people will end up using them if they are not purchased from a regulated source. Right now, sales are banned outside of 14 days a year in London, as we hear complaints of random uses of fireworks going off all year round. Those products are not purchased in London. Those who wish can go on Google out of the city of London and go purchase fireworks, and they can be shipped to your house right away. In Brampton, they have banned fireworks twice before. Both times they reverted the ban, the bylaw for the fireworks. The reason for this is fireworks were banned from the incidents. When the fireworks got banned, the incidents went up, complaints went up, the city could not handle the fireworks coming to the city limits from outside municipalities. In Vancouver, they have been banned, and as well, they've been seeing more complaints as black market for fireworks is now thriving since regulated stores have been shut down. Unregulated products create more issues, and they're louder as they are not regulated by the ERD. The ban's not going to solve this issue brought to the table. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I will go to committee room 1 to the gentleman at the microphone.
Hey, thank you. My name is Jeff Robinson. I'm in support of option B. I just want to give you a little background. My family, before 2017 was, fully in favor of fireworks. We had a backyard gathering every Canada Day. Neighbors came over, barbecue, entertainment, complete with fireworks. 2017, I got a new puppy whippet named Gordy, and that changed my perspective on this issue. My wife, my daughter, and I spend most every long weekend in the summertime in our basement with our terrified whippet, who's shaking and panting, and as the fireworks go off. Since then, I've done some research on fireworks and seen the harm to not only domestic pets like my Gordy. But wildlife, I'm supportive of all the speakers here that have spoke about that with their expertise. People with disabilities, where these fireworks exasperate their conditions. I sympathize with the religious argument that we've heard here today, but I just don't think, backyard fun or religious beliefs outweigh the harm that's caused to wildlife, the environment, the toxins that go in the air, in the soil, in the water. And domestic and in our loved domestic pets. Urge the council to support option B. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say, I know there's some people who've already spoken. You can only speak once, so I'm just gonna be clear about that. Who are still with us, some people who are just listening, but if you want to speak or you're interested, could I just in those in chambers, could I just see who's interested in maybe still speaking? Okay, perfect. So if, I'm gonna go to committee room 1, there's a person lined up, and then I'll go to the person up top, and then if people can start positioning themselves at the mic, I think we might only have 6 or 8 people left, just to give you an idea of where we're at in this process. So committee room 1, please proceed. Yes, sorry, that'd be you don't know what room you're in. The wonderful person at the
sorry, I just
microphone.
kinda walked in.
You're great.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and fellow councilors and my fellow community members. My name is Vishal Kotari. I'm the president at the Hindu Cultural Center here, which is the Hindu temple in London, Ontario at 62 Charterhouse Crescent. And I'm representing, of course, the entire Hindu community over here. I'm basically, as we've all heard from my fellow community members, I'm not going to go too much into detail, but I just urge to my fellow councilors and Madam Chair to take into consideration option A, as that has a significant impact on Diwali, which is one of the most important religion in India and for the Hindu community. Fireworks without this festival is very hard on kids and the upcoming generation. We do want to continue that, and of course, in a very secured manner. And I think that's one of the things as a community, we do try to teach and basically give knowledge to our kids as to how respectful and in what manner they need to make use of any sort of fireworks. On that note, once again, I just wanted to urge the entire council to take into consideration option A and vote for option A. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, namaste, and for being with us. I'm gonna go to the top back. Your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Marianne Jack Bleach. Can you hear me okay?
A little bit louder would be preferred.
Okay, my name is Marianne Jack Bleach. I'm here to support option B, but I want to say good evening to you, Madam Chair, and to the council members, and as well to everyone who's participating. I did speak to people just recently about Diwali and the celebrations, because I see the passion and the importance to your community. And I learned that basically sparklers and smaller fireworks are used, not the ones that are loud, bang, crashing, terrible things that are upsetting us all. So I would ask for an amendment that definitely fireworks should be categorized into those that are non-invasive and those that are. And definitely for the people who are here representing the Diwali celebrations, that they be considered for those fireworks. I've always supported fireworks on certain days. However, the situation has become untenable in my area that I live in, North London. For the past 5 years, we are having fireworks going off night and day, no matter when. And I'm not a person who gets distressed, but I can tell you, when I see my 3 cats and dog just fly out of the room and they hide, I don't sometimes see them for 3 hours. That is very, very distressing to me. And I'm specifically wanting to address those fireworks, not the regulated ones. I think basically people are feeling free to let off fireworks whenever they want to, because enforcement is not there. And that's a big problem, because then it's just like a suggestion. It's not a bylaw, it's a suggested bylaw then. I also know that we are all triggered by loud sounds and smells. And this is why I find the random fireworks going off so distressing for myself, who does not have PTSD. I cannot imagine those who do, how they would be feeling. So I really think we need to consider option B at the moment, but considering also the lesser fireworks that aren't as invasive. And I want to say my point is beautifully illustrated when I posted about this meeting on my neighborhood Facebook post. I got a response that said, "This is a waste of time and resources. If you ban backyard fireworks, I'll just take my fireworks and shoot them off in my front yard." I rest my case.
Thank you for that point of it's just all personal fireworks versus backyard versus front yard versus side yard. Noted. I'm going to go to the front microphone here, and then we'll go back to committee room 1. Your name, and you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Luciana Loretta
Sorry,
Pellizer.
it was the lady who's been staying in the front. No, don't worry, there's gonna be a turn for, no, you take your turn. And then there's gonna be turns for everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, if you just adjust it a little bit, yeah, it should be able to just grab it.
Like this? Oh.
Yep, that works too.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair and the council members for giving me this opportunity. My name is Aishwarya Gopalakrishnan. I can spell it out for you later on. And I'm a long-time London resident. My family and I are law-abiding and tax-paying citizens. I just want to keep it concise and say that please consider the sentiments of so many Hindus. I would just say that considering the sentiment of so many Hindus with Diwali, the different analogies given by my friends earlier, I request you all to choose option A. And, as my friend earlier said, most of us are really law-abiding and we keep fireworks to the minimal, just sparkles or flower pot to the max. And we are also proud Canadians. For Canada Day, we don our flags high. We really like celebrating Canada Day. And I would just urge you all to please respect human sentiment before suggesting to change our ages-old traditions, which was a bit hurtful to hear earlier. And thank you again for hearing me today. Back to you.
Thank you, and the clerk did indicate if you could spell your name, it would be appreciated.
Oh, sure. My name is Aishwarya Gopalakrishnan, IYSHWARYA. That's my first name. And the last name is GOPALAKRISHNAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to committee room 1 next, so the resident waiting at the microphone, and then I'm going to go up top.
Okay, can you hear me well?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. I'll start. My name is Durka Prout, and I submitted a letter in favor of option B. And I want to say a few things before I get into some things that I didn't say in the letter and some that I did. It's that, first of all, I can see that the people who crafted this new firework options did take into account Diwali. Currently, if you are setting off backyard fireworks on Diwali, that is illegal because there's no provision outside of Victoria Day and Canada Day to do backyard fireworks. But this revised fireworks plan does include the option of including Diwali in the celebrations. Even if option B is selected, I think it could be used in a public permit. So I just want to make people aware of that. I got a lot of joy out of public fireworks, particularly as a child. But now that this issue has been brought to my attention, I am not in favor of us continuing with fireworks because of the effect on the environment, on wildlife, and also on people. One of the things that disturbed me was the amount of children that are hurt by fireworks in the United States. The US Consumer Product Safety Commission found that 11,500 children were treated in American emergency rooms due to firework-related injuries. So this is something I want to bring to council and committee, that one of the things you should consider doing now in advance of any new bylaw coming in is do a public education series, because it's obvious that people don't know that they're not supposed to be setting off fireworks in their backyard on Diwali, for example, or any other time. They are probably already buying illegal fireworks, and they're probably not practicing safe fireworks handling with their children. A third of all children that go to, a third of all the fireworks injuries in the US are children. So this is something that is a very concerning statistics to me. In today's CBC and also the London Free Press, there are articles about how fireworks affect our environment, air, water, and soil. And I suggest that everyone in attendance and viewing online read those articles. We have to think about the future. I spoke about children. They're one manifestation of our future, but the environment will be there, and it needs to nurture and take care of us for many years into the future. And these are the reasons why I support option B. Again, I want to reiterate the importance of education. That is something that we can do right now to help stem this epidemic of illegal firework use outside of sanctioned times. And there are many low noise and quiet and safer alternatives that are available, not just to individuals, but also to the city. So I ask this be considered by the committee as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Prout, and your communication is public and on this agenda and to be found on page 115 for anyone who would like to follow up with that information. I'm going to go, I'm just going to ask, is there anybody else in committee room 1 who is there to speak? No. Okay, so we've cleared off our speakers list there. So just for everyone knows, it's just who's in the microphones here in chambers. This is our current speakers list. So I'm going to go to the top back first and then to you in the front.
Hello, my name is Luciana Loretta Pellizzeri, and I am a child of Italian immigrants. 58 years ago, my family came to Canada, my mother with me in utero. So I identify with the newer immigrants of the Hindu religion that are very afraid of losing their culture. And I just want to assure you that I want to help you retain your culture. You're not going to lose it. It's going to be great. On the topic of fireworks, I want to say that as we move forward into the future together as a multicultural community, that we need to, more than ever, be considerate to each other and the needs of other people. And I think all of our religions hold the tenet of do unto others, whether you're Hindu, Buddhist, Tibetan, Christian, Hebrew, we all have that. And that's what we need to keep in our hearts, that we all go forward together happily. So we can't be happy unless we're all happy together. When our daughter was a toddler, we taught her that if you're doing something that you think is fun, are all your friends having fun too, or is it just fun for you? So we have to know that as adults too, that we can't have fun at the expense of others. So going forward with a spirit of hope and goodness, that the light will indeed conquer the darkness. Let us creatively think together of different ways that we can express light, bringing light into the darkness. And I want to tell one final story if I have time. On Canada Day, my husband and I were in Winnipeg, and we had the fortune of experiencing a 100 drone beautiful show that was put on at the forks of the two rivers. And it was brilliant, colorful, created by a Cree astronomer and narrated by a Cree astronomer. And I can't even tell you how much I think that was a symbol of healing for our culture and our problems with our First Nations people that just opened our hearts and made us feel at peace. And it was 10 minutes of silence, except for one beautiful storyteller's voice. So I just want to say thank you to our counselors and everyone who are struggling with this issue, and please vote for option B so that we can go forward together and figure out a way that the Hindus can celebrate Diwali and we can all have peace and quiet in our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To the speaker in the front.
Madam Chair, members of the council and community members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my views. A lot has been said about the religious and the cultural aspects, so I'll spare you those thoughts. But I do empathize with my fellow community members who are pet advocates, who are climate change enthusiasts. I think a lot of their concerns that I hear today are from fireworks going off night and day at random times. Perhaps they are a lot disappointment with the lack of support from the law enforcement authorities. Banning something isn't a solution to a problem. Regulating it is a right solution. According to me, option A is the right step towards regulating this problem. I would urge the council to consider perhaps reducing the hours from dusk to 10 p.m. can be a solution, ensuring that the law enforcement authorities are equipped with the right tools to ensure that these regulations are established, are enforced correctly. I am a law-abiding citizen. I want to enjoy my festivals, but in legal terms. If it is regulated, it gives me a right platform to express my views and enjoy my festivals. Option A, dear council members, I want your attention here that option A also focuses on decreasing the number of days allowed to sell fireworks from 7 days to 5 days. It also focuses on increasing the current fines. This, according to me, are right steps toward regulating fireworks, which will essentially probably be welcomed by the other groups as well who have problems with fireworks at random times, fireworks late at night. If we ensure that the fines are increased and the law is enforced, I'm sure everyone would be able to enjoy fireworks in a much safer place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And before you get too far, may I have your name?
Saurabh Saire.
Can you?
I'll spell it for
Thank
you. SOURABH. Last name SAYARE. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those words tonight. I will just, Councillor Hopkins has joined us virtually, and just for Councillor Hopkins, we are still in the public participation meeting, though probably about 5 residents from being concluded before we open up our committee debate. So I'm going to the gentleman in the top and then down in the front.
My name is Rick Miles. I've been a resident of London my entire life. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest things you really need to do is education, because currently, as far as I can understand it on these bills, we're talking about sparklers are already allowed. Nothing's going to change there. I've heard tonight that people are upset that we're going to take away backyard fireworks from Diwali, except I've also heard tonight that there haven't been backyard fireworks for Diwali for years. We need a little bit more clarity. That said, if we have permitted fireworks, I don't see so much of an issue with that. As it stands, we're allowing the sale of fireworks and people do not abide by the dates. I hear it's only 3 days a year. Well, what was last Friday? Because I had fireworks going off outside my building at 12:30 in the morning and my cat was freaking out. It's not acceptable. We're looking at environmental issues. Our country was literally on fire and we're still talking about putting on fireworks. Why? I mean, option B is the best option you're giving us. It's the only real option you're giving us, because option A isn't going to be enforced the same as currently the bylaw is not enforced. Option B, at least we get something until we can get to the point of drone shows and lasers, because fireworks are way in the past. It's time to move on.
Thank you. To the speaker in the front.
Hi there. My name is Sarah Twilley. I am supporting option A. I work for a fireworks company. I'm a licensed pyrotechnician. I am also a teacher. That's my day gig. So speaking from the education standpoint, at the point of sale, when we sell a firework, that is when we educate people. That is when we tell them, this is how you safely light it. This is who can and can't be near it. This is the space you need. This is what needs to be around you. How many trees are in your neighborhood? That kind of thing. We ask all these questions when we help people choose a firework. So we make sure they are having the safest time, and we also make sure they are doing it safely and respectfully. Also, just as a side note, my brother has autism, and just anecdotally, he loves fireworks. He attends all my shows. He comes, he's very excited, he takes pictures, he calls me after and tells me how great it is. So I realize one person with autism is one person with autism, but we are speaking generally about people with autism, and I do have, again, one person in my life with autism who loves fireworks. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that perspective and lived experience. You have up to 5 minutes, and please state your name.
My name is Durkeshwar Tiwari.
Sorry, before you get started, if you could spell it for the committee clerk, that'd be appreciated too.
Okay,
It doesn't
I
count
think
for your
so.
time.
Okay. Durgeshwar, Durgeshwar, and last name is Tiwari.
Thank you.
Namaste, ladies and gentlemen, and respected council members, and a lot of friends here. Thank you so much for joining today. I'm honored to discuss the connection between the fireworks and role as a priest. I'm a priest, Hindu priest, 18 years in London, 9 years in Malaysia and Singapore. That I have enjoyed fireworks since I was 4. And I use fireworks too much, but in a safe way. Cultural, as a priest, in our cultural and spiritual, sorry, my eyes are giving up now, tapestry, the fireworks holds a very sacred place in our lives. It is a divine, in my opinion, the priest, as a priest, play a pivotal role nurturing the connection between the human being. It is our rich Hindu tradition. Priests are not merely just there to stand. They are here to provide the service and help the community members. And have many ceremonies. When it comes to the festival like Diwali, the brilliance of fireworks serve the visual representation of our reverence, and offering the light to the God symbolizes that devotion and gratitude. The captivating and spectacle, the fireworks during the religious festival align with our teachings of our scriptures, just as we light the diyas to illuminate the darkness, and expel the darkness. We light the firework to illuminate the hearts. With the joy, illuminates our spiritual journey. The visual delight connects us and transcendental realm, reminding us our eternal quest to the knowledge and enlightenment. In conclusion, firework, when guided with the wisdom of priests like us, we can continue to light up our lives with a meaning and purpose. Let us honor their insight and expertise as we navigate the path toward a harmonious coexistence of our cherished tradition and our commitment to the better environment. I love all the animals, and I am pure
pure vegetarian. I don't harm and don't discriminate between goat or other stuff. Hari Om and Namaste. I just want to take 1 minute of silence as we have heard that many fire and many other things happen. I will take a 1 second, like 30 seconds of silence to all those souls have been lost. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I propose and go for option A.
Thank you. Going to the front on this side.
Hi, my name is John Pates. Excuse me because I'm feeling kind of nervous.
Don't be, we're usually pretty friendly.
Thanks.
You have up to 5 minutes and take your time.
Alrighty, first off, I'd like to say that I've heard an awful lot of people complain about our current bylaw being unclear. Our current bylaw, if you read it, bother to read it, is very, very, very clear. You're allowed to set off fireworks 3 nights a year, that's it. You're allowed to sell them 7 nights per event, that's it. Now I'll get on with what I prepared. My initial reaction to this proposal was that there are only 2 options. An option to make no change was not put forth. I was forced to vote for option A if I want to see consumer fireworks continue at all. I'm not in favor of changing the bylaw unless that changes to create a clause which allows for fireworks to be discharged in large, open, public spaces instead of just backyards. I would like to see that done with an issue permitted for a regular person like me, not a professional, to set them off in that space. That would also allow a chain of responsibility for cleanup. They would know who is setting off the fireworks there. I would also like to see a change to getting rid of the Saturday before or the Saturday after Canada Day, a day after to allow for a rain date. That would make defining Canada Day as a rain date would have an understandable reason for discharging fireworks on a day other than Canada Day. It would also possibly reduce the nuisance complaints to the city's emergency services. The current proposals seem to be designated, and seeing the turnout and listening to people, adding Diwali to our current bylaw should also be done. The current proposals seem designed to only allow for option B, the banning of consumer fireworks, as a workable solution. How is this a fair or reasonable process? The reasons for or against fireworks can be argued forever to no resolve. Does changing the bylaw to option A solve this? My view is no, it definitely does not. Decreasing the number of allowable days for the sale of fireworks in no way enhances the safety of fireworks or decreases their illegal use. It only creates a tighter local buying schedule. Adding Diwali is only a false olive branch. Option A has been put forth, is just not a reasonable option. Not allowing for a rain date would force legal fireworks purchases to be stored in a buyer's home until the next celebrated day. I can't see the fire department or insurance companies being very happy with that scenario. Again, this makes option A unreasonable. Many communities not far from London have sales dates that extend beyond London's, so the contraband abuse would still continue all summer. This again makes option A unreasonable. The proposed changes do not guarantee that nuisance events will end. They will sadly most likely increase, as then the offense will be far more exciting. The nuisance calls will continue and the level of response expected by the complainant will be increased. Once again, option A is unreasonable. Simply put, enforcement of this issue, whether banned or not, is impossible. Considering fire safety and/or public safety, on the City of London's website, in the Community and Protective Services tab, fireworks are not even mentioned as a cause of preventable fires. Common lists do not even put fireworks in the top 10. The only product even remotely similar to fireworks is candles. London has banned them for open use in restaurants, but not in the private home. They are universally high on all the lists that I could find. In fact, it is estimated that in Canada, between 1999 and 2008, candles were responsible for an average of 8 fire deaths, 115 injuries, and 26.2 million in property damage each year. Why is the sale and use of fireworks not being brought up for an important life-saving bylaw change? Is it because no one is calling our councillors to complain about loud birthday parties and dispatching the fire department to blow out candles? I know this sounds ridiculous, but the hazard is far more real. To make sure I'm being fair here, between April 1st of 2011 and April the 13th of 2023, there were 210 reported cases of injuries related to fireworks and other similar products. These are hospital figures, by the way.
30 seconds.
Oh, geez. That's 17.5 injuries per year across Canada. That represents 0.011% of injuries. As a cultural heritage activity, fireworks were used to celebrate the establishment of the British North America Act on July the 1st, 1867. That is about a Canadian tradition as we get. I've heard a lot of people talk about PTSD. One of my neighbors suffers for it, came out and thanked me for celebrating such a great thing. So can't convince me of that one.
Thank you. You're at your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And you did great for being nervous and in front of us today. And I hope to see you again in another public participation meeting that you're passionate about. Please proceed with your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Marjana Gorski. I actually did not plan on speaking today, but hearing all of you speak, there are three main points that I want to address that is personal to me. And the first one being about autism. So I ran the autism programming for Oxford County for about 5 years. And absolutely, the lady that spoke about her autistic brother, I think it was. Yeah, I think that's amazing that he loves fireworks and is not afraid of the noise. Unfortunately, a lot of the students on my program were super sensitive to sound. One big example of that is I do remember clearly on Canada Day, one of the moms calling me frantically. It was a day that I was at home and the parents often called and for advice during the summer, had welts on the side of his head because he was hitting his head so hard due to that noise. So we don't hear of these stories often, and people like me do experience and see firsthand what that can do. They actually had to have a helmet on his head during those days. So, that is not a pleasant thing for a parent to go through as well as the child to go through. Secondly, I am an immigrant that came here from Poland, and I was 9 years old when I came here in the 80s. So I did experience communism. I experienced shotguns and the noises. I don't have PTSD. I do have family members that do have it. So for me to hear somebody say, oh, just, another noise should not affect them. I mean, they already have jitters and they already have all these things. I really don't think that's fair to say when you have a family member that goes through that. And finally, I do have a very close friend who spoke today that does work for Salthaven, and I often hear her saying that animals do, during these times of noise, do flee into the streets, get hit by cars, get impounded into fences that are pointy, those different things that you don't hear about as well. So I just want you to hear firsthand of stories that I've experienced and heard. Thank you.
And thank you for bringing your perspective and choosing to speak today. I have no one at the microphone in the committee room, so thank you. And so if you're interested in speaking, it really is just come up to a microphone at this point, and you can only speak once. So please state your name, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Also very nervous.
And you're great, we're friendly, regardless of what side we're on, we appreciate your insights.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay. Hello, my name is Becca Amendola, co-founder of Londoners for Quiet Fireworks. I want to begin by addressing the individuals in the room who are here to speak in favor of option A and continuing consumer fireworks. I want to be clear that I am not here as a hater of fun, but as someone who cares deeply and compassionately, not only for the environment, but for your children and for your own wellness. This isn't about me, this is about us. This is about our collective future. We are not trying to attack any particular culture by asking for a consumer ban. On that front, please take note that we have been pursuing this issue for over 2 years, whereas the Hindu community has only just started participating once Diwali was introduced within option A. This is not about attacking them or any other community. The fact is, fireworks have become a growing public safety issue, not just because the contents of fireworks are toxic, but because we are now seeing multiple cases of fireworks used as weapons. Weapons that literally anyone of any age can buy at any time from places like Bob's Fireworks, which is a London business that sells fireworks year-round, regardless of whether it's Canada Day, Victoria Day, or the middle of February.
Sorry, I'm just going to caution about calling out specific vendors, as I will have to rule it out of order.
No worries. You guys already have the email. But it's true that they have been, there are businesses in the city that are violating current bylaws that are stating that we're only allowed to set off fireworks on those two holidays. They are willingly selling these fireworks and hand delivering them to people all year round. Choosing option B would remove any misunderstanding these businesses might claim to have regarding their ability to sell fireworks to untrained individuals. It's also important to note that some have suggested a drop in fireworks violation complaints post-pandemic, but our group collectively gathered over 100 complaints regarding violations between May and August of this year. The graph showing this data can be seen referenced in the letter I submitted to the agenda. Another letter submitted to the agenda claimed that fireworks should be seen as a social fabric of London, but I would argue that that can only be true for larger shows that are permit-based and bring in large crowds. Banning backyard fireworks could in fact generate the community benefits that many have outlined fireworks to have by strengthening and encouraging social connections, by bringing people out of their private spaces and into the community where public permit shows are hosted. With regard to some of the letters submitted, I feel it's important for Council to take note of the attitudes of the two opposing groups that you are seeing today. Our group is presenting both personal stories and scientific research. We are doing our best to present evidence while continuing to be respectful of the opposing group's right to participate, whereas the opposing side has directly stated in some of their letters that our group isn't worth consideration. Worse, there are some individuals going so far as to threaten our well-being, as you heard from my fellow co-founder, Deanna. Despite this, our group has continued to do our best to remain democratic and fair through this process. I hope councillors will take note of that. I know that some councillors are concerned that a consumer ban on fireworks will not be enforceable due to the lack of staff, but the reality is the city lacks the staff to enforce the current bylaw properly, and implementing more restrictions as is proposed in option A won't fix that. Violators don't take the time to inform themselves regarding the days fireworks are actually permitted, nor do they inform themselves that current bylaw states you cannot set fireworks off in parks, streets, lanes, squares, or any public space without a permit. But by implementing option B, there will no longer be any questions. All parties interested in hosting a fireworks show will have to go through the permit system. And even though we can expect some to violate the ban and purchase outside the city, the ban will still massively cut down on impulse purchases of fireworks. Thus, it's arguable that the ban would reduce the need for enforcement. The desire to end consumer fireworks sales isn't about stopping celebrations or even stopping fireworks, but rather a call to improve safety standards by leaving fireworks to the professionals and reducing the environmental footprint of the city by cutting out unnecessary private shows. For councillors concerned about the increased costs that neighborhood groups trying to host their own professional shows may face through this proposed permits system, I think that could be easily overcome by allowing these groups additional neighborhood small events funding specific for hosting fireworks shows for the holiday.
30 seconds.
In conclusion, I urge you to adopt option B and ban all consumer fireworks to prioritize the safety and quality of life for Londoners now and Londoners in the future. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I will note that your communication has been received and it's on page 73, and the Quiet Fireworks for London petition has been delivered in hard copy and also is on page 115 of our agenda. Looking to the gallery to see if anyone else wishes to speak, because once we close the public participation meeting, you'll have to submit your comments in writing. Last call. You want to take your whole 5 minutes? No regrets? This is it? Okay, seeing no one in committee room, no one online, and no one at our microphones in chamber, looking to committee to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Pribble. The vote's in the system. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So now that we've received the public's information, and you've had an overview by staff, just for the public, you're free to go, you're free to stay. Everything's recorded and captured on YouTube. You could watch it if you need to go. I know we've already been here for a while, or you're welcome to stay. At this point, there'll be no questions to the galleries, so we won't be calling on you. I'll open it up to colleagues. This is the time at which we will either make a motion, ask questions of staff. Ideally, we get something on the floor and have it as a point of direction. I will note as well that there was a communication sent to all of council recognizing that the committee chairs have undergone more training with the city clerks of how to proceed with our business more efficiently. I will be trying to keep us to our 5 minutes of speaking time, realizing you can speak multiple times, but trying to keep us within that 5 once something is on the floor. So looking to committee to see your direction. Councillor Ferreira?
Thank you, through you. I was hoping to kick off the discussion.
Yeah, Ms. Smith, could you just remind us what staff you have available for all committees' questions? And I will acknowledge I tend to take committees' questions first, and then online we do have Mayor Morgan joining us and Councillor Hopkins as well, and then I go to the visiting councillors. Ms. Smith?
Thank you. And I can help with some general questions. Mr. Katolik here and his area looks after the enforcement when it's based on a noise complaint, and also looks after the sale of fireworks. And behind me is Acting Chief Hayes and Deputy Chief Heptich, Deputy Chief Heptich, London Fire Department. So both work on the permitted. So if you question about permit displays, also about complaints, they can speak to the enforcement side as it applies to the London Fire Department and the calls they receive.
Thank you. I'll also note that Deputy Mayor Lewis is with us online as well. Councillor Ferreira, please proceed with your questions.
Thank you, through you. I'm going to start with, I guess, just some questions just to know, just to clarify the direction of where this report is going. So I want to go to the Deputy City Manager. I'm looking at.
Sir, I'm not, you got to move your mic. You're just really.
Oh, sorry.
Really quiet. They're perfect. Thank you.
So I just got some clarification questions. I'm looking at I want to ask the Deputy City Manager. So the recommendation here is, it looks like the report's to be received and then directed and report, and you're going to report back. So I just want to know, we're not making a decision today.
Sorry. And to staff, to that point, and then if other specific direction to you would be helpful.
Thank you. And through the chair, we're looking for a motion to come out of this meeting to direct staff to go forward and craft a bylaw based on option A or option B or whatever additions you deem to choose to that. That will then go to the next council meeting, and based on council's final decision, we will come back probably by the end of this year with a draft bylaw for your approval.
Councillor Ferreira, follow-up?
Thank you, through you. Okay, so to all the delegates that spoke, I hear everybody of what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify, and I know this clarifications came up, but what option B is looking at, it's not an outright ban. It's a ban to consumer fireworks, to backyard fireworks. So there would still be shows, permitted shows allowed with that option. And also included into that option is the day of Diwali or Diwali celebration. So we have that option in both. And from what I understand, we didn't have Diwali within the current bylaw. So I'll go back to the Deputy City Manager just to clarify that.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. And through the chair, permitted display fireworks that require approval by the London Fire Department for every permit. Pay a fee, you get a permit to do a display. Deputy Chief Heptich can outline the details of that. It has to be a professional display. London Fire Department comes and inspects it all. We support about 15 permits a year. That allows Canada Day, Lambeth Harvest Fest, Bowler Mountain often gets one for a celebration in the winter, Diwali, Chinese New Year, the City of London. We do 2 New Year's Eve fireworks celebrations. And we also do Canada Day and many other Canada Days across the city. So both option A and option B would allow that. What option B does is it bans consumer fireworks. So it would ban the sale of fireworks in London, Ontario. And it would also ban the use of consumer, or we call backyard fireworks. So the only fireworks that would be allowed would be through permitted displays.
Would you like an answer from the fire staff about the permitted display process? Yes. So a follow-up, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, the permit is submitted to the London Fire Department for review and approval. Within that permit, there are requirements through National Resources Canada under the Explosives Act that we need to ensure that are met. In that permit process, it is fully reviewed by a qualified fire inspector. And after that, they go out onto the site to determine the safety, if those measures that are listed within that permit are actually there on site. So it's being checked by inspectors. Every permit that is issued, we send out staff to ensure that it is correct.
Okay, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And through you. So I see option B as a compromise. I see it as a compromise for all the groups that have spoke today. I have significant concern with the wildlife myself. You know, I have read and I've been told, and through discussion, you know, you have fawns, waterfowl, birds being separated from mothers or separated from family during these events and may not be reunited. Most likely, they don't get reunited. I've heard stories of animals possibly running out across the street and getting hit by cars. And I have pets myself who also have these issues. So I'm concerned with that. And I live in the downtown ward, Ward 13, and you know, just this weekend I had fireworks going off over like at midnight, 12:30 at night, waking me up and others up as well. And it is a consistent problem that happens over and over again. I'm not sure how it is in other wards, but in the downtown area, it does happen. And I know that there's issues with enforcement because I've spoken with enforcement, and the real issue is a firework goes off or a display goes off, how are you supposed to get there in time? They can only be a few minutes at a time. It's very hard to do that. So I feel like enforcement is not, enforcement's a part of the question, but it's not necessarily the answer. It's policy as far as I'm concerned. Policy is what's gonna help us here. So speaking to that, I think the most dangerous thing is just the danger of it. These are explosive devices, and people who are using them in the backyards are not necessarily qualified. I understand that there's some businesses that will give some training or some kind of just speak with individual consumers on how to appropriately handle these fireworks, but that doesn't happen across the board. There's some good businesses, obviously, in the room that do that, but not all businesses do that. So it's the fact that you have, you know, potentially dangerous items in the hands of individuals who may not be trained. They may be, you know, having a good time partying with their family or friends. They may be consuming alcohol. There are situations, there are issues that come up. And I'm very concerned with that. So for me, it comes to the issue of safety, public safety. I don't want to see anybody get hit with a firework and get burned or worse. I don't want to see anything like that. And the reason why I'm asking about option B is because I'm going to support option B. I see it as a compromise. I see this as a direction of policy that will help us with our enforcement and will help us with the direction that London should go. It doesn't ban fireworks to any
Sorry,
cultural
Councillor,
groups.
you mentioned option B. You're at 4 minutes. Just looking to see if you're moving option B or.
I'm going to move option B.
Okay, we have a mover for option B, looking to see if there's a seconder for option B of anyone on committee.
Let me speak to it still. So,
so you're within, there's no motion on the floor and actually nothing to be spoken to.
all right, well, I'm moving option B, looking for a seconder.
I don't believe you have one. I'm just checking online. No. So sorry, Councillor. Looking to other committee members then, I really am looking for a motion to take on the floor, regardless if we're going to support it or not, it will just direct the conversation. And as always, we can pull it apart, vote on things separate as we want to. And then, once again, for those in the gallery, realizing some of you came throughout the long process, this is just committee's decision. And our recommendation to council, at council, every member of council will have their say and to uphold or overturn or amend the motions that are made tonight. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. To help to contain our discussion, I'd like to move option A and look to the committee for a seconder before I speak to it.
Okay, so someone's looking to put motion A on the floor, looking to see if there's a seconder of motion A. There is, so it's moved by Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Pribble. So that puts option A on the floor that staff had read out for you at the beginning. We will now start debate on option A that is on the floor. Looking to start my speakers list. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to option A. I will say that I came into the discussion very much leaning towards option B, and I see both sides of this argument, and I see the reason and rationale behind different viewpoints that have been presented tonight and have been shared by the community at great length. And I want to say thank you for everyone that has reached out and taken the time to educate us, to provide more information, to spend that time sharing your own personal and lived experience. I did have some questions around option A, if I may. And those questions relate to low noise fireworks and whether or not there could be and what kind of consideration we give to low noise fireworks. My understanding is those between 70 decibels to 90 decibels, things that might be categorized or known as spinners and fountains and lots of other names that I don't know them all, Catherine wheels, things like that. I'm just wondering what consideration, if we've ever considered or looked at, or if there's a possibility within the bylaw to look at those different options.
Okay, thank you to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've had conversations with fireworks and technicians. According to them, there are no actual quiet fireworks. Pyrotechnics are a little different than actual firework that's being discharged into the air. Pyrotechnics still require a permit. However, what I will say, the sound of fireworks is regulated, the decibels are regulated by Health Canada, and those sound levels are set by Health Canada. So any firework that is coming into Canada is supposed to meet those regulations.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. There's been a lot of conversation around enforcement and the discussion around whether or not option A or option B addresses some of the concerns with enforcement. And I'm not looking to put Mr. Katolik on the spot here around any enforcement questions, but I will say this is something that I know as a ward councillor I have been struggling with. In my ward, I do receive a number of calls, quite often outside of the window of time and the days of which we currently allow fireworks. And I will say this is my first term on council, so I'm sure there are many councillors here who have had many more calls than I have. But we do know that enforcement does come up in this conversation quite a bit. I think with the current option A, where we have some more tightening of restrictions around the days, how do we plan to enforce that? And I know we plan to go out with more education first, but do you see any need for additional staff or additional time that will be needed to be spent on enforcement?
Mr. Katolik?
Yes, through the chair. In reality, it is a very difficult bylaw to enforce from a noise perspective, and a lot of the comments tonight touched upon those points. The first thing is that when we get the complaints, it's usually like, this is my address, I'm hearing fireworks. I'm not sure where they're coming from. They could be coming from the park down the street or possibly from that house. So when we get the information that it's coming from public property, we will attend that public property and attempt to identify where they're coming from And even when we have, when our two cars, because we're working on pairs at night, pull into the park, usually the folks scatter. And then there's the issue of evidence collection. So even if we do see fireworks in a park and a bunch of individuals, then there's a difficulty of collecting the evidence of who actually is setting off the fireworks. So 6 teenagers in a park, who's setting them off? We can't see it. So that charge will go nowhere. If it's on private property and we do get the address, then it's very simple to, because the property owner is responsible for noise emanating from their property, it's very simple to enforce. We can charge the property owner. We charge property owners now for other forms of noise. But for fireworks, we're not getting that information from the public. And this isn't a London problem. I've been talking to other municipalities, including Brampton. This is a typical noise problem to enforce. Over the year, as you know, we have taken over noise enforcement from London Police. We've responded to around 1,200 noise complaints. 7 of those were respect to fireworks. So it's not a high complaint we're getting. And I would agree that a lot of people aren't calling in the complaints because they don't have enough information to provide to the London Police, who triage all our calls, because fireworks, they could sound like shotguns as well. So their London Police are triaging the calls, but without specific information on the property where the noise is emanating from, very difficult.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. And my final question just relates to the process by which we've engaged. So I do get a sense that there is frustration or concern from members of particularly the Hindu community, the Sikh community, the Jain community, the Buddhist community, around the fact that during this process of having this discussion, the consultation that was taken or not undertaken with the community. So I'm just wondering perhaps if we can speak to that a bit, what that process has looked like. And I know I've spent some time speaking with members of the community about that this was council, looking at the bylaw and that this option A, option B is not staff pushing a direction. It is presenting different options, which I think is really important. And it is to frame a conversation. But again, that conversation then can be broadened within the scope of A or B. So I just want to see if you might be able to speak to that. I know it's a sensitive point. So I thought I'd ask that question through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you to staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, we went out in 2022 with engagement, and at that time it was done online through our online survey and through Get Involved. We shared that out through paid media, through social media. We sent it to a variety of our networks through the different service areas, through the Environmental Network, Child and Youth, Age Friendly London, the London Middlesex LIMLIP, and a variety of other networks through our Anti-Racism, Anti-Oppression Division. However, it's, again, we did not go out and do face-to-face at the time. We just did our open survey regarding that. We also did a local, provincial, municipal scan, and that is one of the reasons when we looked at other municipalities that we actually built a Diwali into our option A based on what we heard and based on our municipal scan.
Thank you. And as we are trying our new system of speaking to our 5 minutes, you're at 3:45. Looking to other committee members who want to speak at the moment, I'm trying to hold my comments to the end. Deputy Mayor Lewis, I believe you have your hand up, and I will also be timing you for your 5 minutes.
That's okay. I'm not going to use my whole 5 minutes at this point in time. I will say I'm generally supportive of pursuing option A, but through you, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions for our staff. The enforcement question has come up a little bit already. Through you to Mr. Katolik or another member of our team, I know that we use this for other bylaw tracking. Do we use heat mapping to identify places that are annually, regularly sources of complaints? So for example, I've heard in my ward, it's always JP Robarts School. Is that heat mapped in terms of our planning for where enforcement may be deployed on a night when fireworks are permitted, or on a long weekend, particularly where fireworks are permitted.
I'll start with Mr. Catola.
Yes, through the chair, because we've had very low volume of complaints for fireworks since we've taken over noise enforcement from London Police, we have not. But what we have done during the long weekends where fireworks are permitted, so it's before and after those long weekends, we spread out. We partner with London Police and we spread out through the city. That way, we know if we're in that quadrant, we'll get to that location quicker than just kind of driving around and doing other things that we do in the evenings.
Deputy Mayor?
And, oh, sorry, Ms. Smith wants to add to that.
Ms. Smith?
Sorry, and through the chair, and on top of that, fire, we've done the same thing with fire inspectors, working in, and we keep track of those parks or those areas where the previous year or the previous Victoria Day, for example. So for Canada Day, we look at and we do the same thing where we have patrols driving around and in those quote-unquote hotspot areas that we are aware of from past complaints.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So that's helpful, and I think what I'm hearing is that there would also be a willingness to receive, whether it's through councillors or through members of the public, complaints or tips about where hotspots might be, so I appreciate that. The licensing portion of this bylaw, I understand that there are some exemptions, organizations, for example, not-for-profits or charitable organizations that do not require a license. And I would ask staff if they can provide a rationale as for why we are allowing an operator to, or a sales of fireworks that do not require a license.
Yeah, and thank you to staff, as I've had this conversation as well with Mr. Katolik, just distributors that, how many we have, and then if the bigger box retailers are excluded and the not-for-profit charities.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, it's just based on past decisions of council. So previous councils have asked and have given direction to staff to exempt nonprofits from selling fireworks. Previous councils have exempted big box bricks and mortar stores. So we currently only license under their seasonal sales category in the business licensing bylaw. And this year we've licensed 20 locations. The license fee is $445. It's a rather easy bylaw to enforce because we know where the location is. So if somebody's selling after the fact, it's very easy to go there and plain clothes and try to purchase fireworks. In fact, we had a complaint yesterday and we went out, invalid complaint. We were not able, they're not selling fireworks at a certain convenience store. So those types of enforcement issues are quite easy to enforce.
And for clarity, I'm assuming that you're in plain clothes, but not a City of London truck. Okay, I had not on that one. Just making sure. Yes, please add your information to this discussion.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will note though, the not-for-profit organizations, they do not pay the fee for a fireworks permit. However, they still do need to submit the fireworks permit and the on-site inspection does take place.
Thank you. So the permitting fee is waived, but they still have to apply and do the paperwork. Thank you for that clarification. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I do appreciate that clarification. I'm not a member of the committee, so I can't move it, but while I do support where Councillor Rahman and others have indicated they're going, I do think that we need to revisit why we're allowing organizations, not-for-profit or otherwise, to have an exemption on the distribution license. I think that also creates some restrictions for those sort of sales that maybe are not being as careful about handing out information and other things because it's for a good cause, and maybe sometimes it even causes people to overbuy. I appreciate the permit fee being waived by the fire. I will say that, you know, I've heard about money and cost to the city on things. The fireworks that are produced in East London, that's not city money. That's the Optimus Club and the Business Association and others putting in their money to pay for that fireworks show. And so for them, you know, I appreciate the permit fee being waived. And I also would say that, you know, converting to something that has to be stored and programmed and reused year after year is not something that they're quite often interested in doing. I've heard that myself. So I would encourage committee members and councillors who are listening in to consider whether or not some license exemptions needed to be removed from the bylaw as well. But I'm generally supportive of A and continuing to listen to what folks have to say. But I think that exempting organizations from having to have a license to have retail sales is not something that we should be encouraging. It's just not a fair playing field for those who have to get a license.
Okay, sorry, and just for clarification, were you including the not-for-profits with the exemption? That no exemptions for the exemptions? Okay, thank you. As the night goes on and your chair does have a concussion, I appreciate your patience with me. I do have wording provided of amendment, other whatnots. Looking to see if Councillor Privilege would like to go first. Like before me, that's fine.
Do I go first?
You can speak, or I have wording, I can throw it out there, but I'm happy
Okay,
to.
no, I might as well speak then. As I already second option A, I'm in support of it, of course. Since June 13th, when we had a meeting, I had many conversations with Ward 5 residents and many other Londoners. And yes, I'm not basing it on my personal views only. It is really about support of the people that I have been in contact with. Having said that, I do believe that we can create much better and more efficient controlled environment. I honestly don't know if we are able to. I have had numerous conversations with our staff as well. I'm not sure if we can come up with anything specific tonight. But again, as we are trying to do the bylaw by the end of this year, I think there is an opportunity for the staff to come back to us with certain suggestions, recommendation, how to create more controlled environment, and that would be also, of course, enforceable, because it doesn't make sense to come up with certain suggestions that we would not be able to enforce. So the question to the staff is, if you can give me some feedback, if you think what I said is kind of feasible, to look at it and to come back to us with certain recommendations how to create more controlled environment.
Thank you. To staff?
Yes, through the chair, we do have several examples within our business licensing bylaw where it goes beyond voluntary education. It's prescriptive education. And I refer to the regulations within our fast cash banks category, where it's prescriptive on giving out a pamphlet, putting up a poster on interest rates. And we do actually go and inspect those to ensure that that's being done. And if it's not being done, there are administrative monetary penalties. So there are some best practices within our other categories that we could apply to the distribution of this category. One difficult area that we will have is the online sales. You can go online and order fireworks, and they'll be on your porch in 2 to 5 days. So that is going to be a challenge. That is a challenge currently in Brampton. And the other challenge is the black market illegal sales. So, going to a side door of a garage in a residential area, somebody that's stocked up their garage to make some extra profits, that likely would be an issue as well. But once again, because it's a location, it's not as difficult to enforce as what we call like a moving violation, where we don't know where the violation is coming from in terms of setting off fireworks.
Councillor Privilege, are you satisfied at the moment, or do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm good for now. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I just have one procedural question here before I get to other friends visiting. Okay, just having heard I would like to relinquish the chair to my vice chair, for I can make comments freely, respecting that I try to stay neutral while chairing, and I hope that people have seen that tonight. And I do expect fully to be timed to my 5 minutes.
Thank you to the chair. I have the chair recognizing Councilor Pelosi. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Looking to colleagues, I do not have a seconder that's on this committee at the time, my committee, though I have discussed it with somebody else, and I have discussed this with Mr. Katolik in advance, realizing I had some concerns I was already receiving from residents, and then definitely what I've heard for tonight, there seems to be a divide in our community that we still want to find a way to come together. Also, I have children who hate when the fireworks go off when it's not expected. And I have a rescue dog who has ran away during fireworks. So I do have that aspect as we come to this. But also having heard very clearly that we need better public education, we need better enforcement. We've heard that some people are already exempt from it. So what I'm looking at adding as an amendment to Part A, that civic administration be directed to review the business licensing bylaw with respect to the sale of fireworks and report back on the following: licensing all retailers of fireworks. That's going to include the not-for-profits who are currently need to do paperwork but are exempt from the fee, and the bricks and mortar retailers who are exempt, realizing that we have independent distributors who have to go by a different set of rules. Require communications to retailers and clients, circulated prior to committee. In my discussions with Mr. Katolik, the city does have Victoria Day and Victoria Day, Canada Day information that clearly outlines what you're supposed to do, only it's not mandated that people selling fireworks hand this out to consumers, which we've done the effort, we just have not done the education piece, but staff have already put in the effort. And that would also be something easy for staff when they do their spots checks to say, where's the information? Some retailers, I will say, do this already of their own accord, as I've spoken with them. So thank you for those who are proactive in that. And the last piece is reviewing the fees and the administrative monetary penalties and compliance measures. So looking to see if there would be a seconder for that. There's a seconder in council. Sorry, David, Councilor Ferreira, that's your.
Thank you, Councilor Pelosi. I'm looking for a seconder. I have a seconder in Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. So that wording, the clerk has it in advance, and I will leave it. I can't take the chair back till it's accepted as amendment. But you can ask the clerk if it's loaded and then filter questions on the amendment that's on the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Pelosi. I do see that it's loaded here into eScribe, so I can start a speaker's list. Calling for any speakers. Last call for speakers. Okay, let's call the question.
Mr. Acting Chair, the motion I see on online incorporates both.
It's been fixed. The clerk just fixed it.
Okay, I'll refresh. All right, thanks. Give me a sec so I can read it refreshed. Okay, I've read it now. Thank you.
Okay, the clerk's advised that they are just doing one slight wording thing. Yeah, I didn't want to use the word amendment, so. To Councillor Farrer, realizing you can't always see all screens at once, Ms. Westlake Powers has her hands raised.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. Looking to the clerk, Ms. Westlake Power.
Thank you through the chair. And I would like to acknowledge that I cannot see what Ms. Bunn is working on live in the meeting. But just for clarification, as I understand and what I was listening to, there was a motion that was duly moved and seconded on the floor, which involved the approval of option A as outlined in the staff report. And then an amendment was introduced by Councillor Pelosa and duly seconded. So what the committee will need to deal with first is the amendment, and then you will go back to the main motion as amended.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
hope that's helpful, and if I have complicated things further because I can't see the moving pieces that the clerk in the room is working on, I do apologize for that, but I hope that's helpful.
And thank you, Ms. Westlake Power. So we'll call the question for the first motion.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
And thank you. And now calling the question for, I'll hand the chair back to Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. So that moves us back to the main motion as amended, which is Part A, and then the monetary policy stuff. I'm not sure if we put on the screen for those in the gallery. Okay, she's just fixing a couple of things behind the scenes, and then the wording will go up for all can see. So that puts us on to the main motion and amended in my speakers list. Once again, since it's been amended, looking to committee to see if anyone or the mayor online, as he's also gets to be a member of every committee. Seeing none, looking to visiting counselors. I believe Councillor McAllister had his hand up, and then Councillor Troso. So I'll start there, and it's the motion as amended. And I would time all people for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm going to take this opportunity to ask the fire department a few questions. Just recognizing that we've had one of the worst wildfire seasons on record, would it be recommended, say we had a particularly dry season and we were coming up to a long weekend, holiday, would the fire department put it forward recommendations for perhaps suspend fireworks, or is that something that would be outside your purview?
Thank you. To staff?
Yeah, thank you through your, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. When we look at the dryness, we take into consideration and consultation with other fire departments in the district, in the whole county. So we do look at that to start with. The conditions would have to get quite significantly bad before we would issue a ban, and then that ban would include fireworks at that point in time. We would certainly take that action as well.
To Councillor McAllister, and I'll just, for a follow-up, but I'll also note that you were a little bit quiet. Just be louder. I just want to make sure that it picks up for everyone who's joined us online.
Apologies, as the hour grows late, I also start to fade. And I was just wondering if the fire department also had, sorry, through you, the chair, any statistics in terms of fires that have been caused from fireworks?
Sorry, just for clarification, specifically in London?
Yes, specifically in London, yes.
Okay, to staff?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that question as well. we don't have any set statistics. I could tell you anecdotally that there's, me personally, I've been to numerous fires caused by fireworks in my career, some worse than others, and some creating structure fires, some creating grass fires and bush fires and of such. But specifically here in London, we don't have a set number. We'd have to look at our data to pull that forward. We don't have it at hand.
Councillor, I'll also ask that, just 1 second. Okay, the 29th is our council meeting where we will vote on all this. If you would like that information to be provided before then, just be sure to state it now.
Yes, and thank you. Through you, that would be very helpful information if the fire department could include those statistics. And I don't know if the stats would be broken this way, but I think it would be helpful if you do have fires by permitted, or the fire was caused by someone with a permit versus individuals who did it legally. I don't know if we have the stats that way, but I think that would be a helpful distinction to make in this statistics of that nature. Thank you.
Just looking to staff to make sure that you have no issue providing that data. Like, I know you'll need to look for it, but that you don't need direction from committee that, okay, I see a head shake, that it could be provided, and 2 thumbs up, even better. So we're on the same page. Councillor McAllister is good at the moment, and it'll only use up 51 seconds. I had Councillor Trousseau next, and then Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just into the mic. I just want to make sure that the people online can hear us.
It's going to come as no surprise that I'm speaking in favor of option B. I've been stating for several years now that I am in favor of banning all fireworks in London. And during my campaign, I stated this. I was very explicit that I wanted a fireworks ban. However, I thought that option B was a very reasonable compromise because it would still allow fireworks. It would allow the permitted displays. In a better world, I'd rather see drone shows or other types of things. But I could live with the permanent displays because at least somebody is looking at the qualified person doing it. At least we know when it's going to be. Wildlife doesn't read the signs that are posted. Yes, we still have the damage to the environment. People like the colors. Where do you think the colors go? What do you think makes those colors up? Chemicals, toxic chemicals. And they fall on the ground, they go into the land, they go into the water, and they go downstream. And I think for a city that is priding itself as being environmentally sensitive, this is not a good direction for us to be taking. And as a matter of fact, and I'll raise this again at council, although looking around at the votes, I think I might be on the short side of this one. But I'm not going to relent because I think fireworks are creating a lot of damage to the environment. And no, they don't bring us together. People can be brought together in a lot of different social settings without having to use dangerous explosives, dangerous chemicals. A few things I want to address. So I'm not going to repeat everything in terms of all the science. I think a number of the submissions did that. The submissions were excellent on the animal question, both pets and wildlife. The submissions talked about the human cost. The submissions talked about the fire danger. Interesting, just at 4 p.m. tonight, as we started this meeting, the local media posted a news story about how there was a barn fire, $1 million barn fire caused by firecrackers. Yeah, that's what happens with firecrackers. And they are being increasingly weaponized. Now, I want to address what a lot of the proponents to option A came here tonight in good faith to address. And I really want to respect their heritage and their religion. And I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But the problem with option A, the problem with adding Diwali to the list of acceptable celebrations is any other group that comes in now And once their holiday, Chinese New Year, what have you, added, you're gonna have to do that. And every time you add another holiday where we can have private backyard fireworks, you're adding at least a few days to the, I won't name the name vendors, you know who they are. They're very, very prominent on the street. They set up weeks ahead of time. They say what day they're gonna open. And these are impulse sales. Yes, it's true. If we adopted option B, people could go outside of the city to buy their fireworks, just like people can find cigarettes if they're prohibited for your age group. But it's going to decrease demand, and that would be very important. Now, under the current law, you cannot have backyard fireworks for Diwali. Under the current law, you can have the pop-up sales backyard fireworks only for Victoria Day and Canada Day. And what I heard from some people tonight was that by passing option B, we would be taking something away. That would have been status quo with respect to the Diwali holiday. Now, the other thing that I want to point out is a number of people mentioned sparklers, and I want to try to see if I can get the bylaw lined up.
45 seconds.
Sparklers are already exempt. It's a non-issue. Sparklers under a certain detonation are not even under the bylaw. So when you say you want children to be able to have sparklers, it's just not a relevant point here. So I'm out of time. I'm going to come back to this. I'll have a lot to say online, and I'll have a lot to say at the next council meeting. Just want to say I'm very disappointed with this council. Not the first time today, and we'll have further discussion about this at the end of the month when we revisit this. And I hope that City Council realizes that when we make a promise to the public about being environmentally sensitive, that might involve giving up some fun.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Once again, no clapping or other things from, this is the silent clapping if it helps you out, but no, nothing audio. It does distract from committee and people who are speaking. Looking to other speakers on the list for the main motion as amended. Okay, I do have Councillor Ferreira, and as this is the main motion as amended, you have your full 5 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, I won't take too much time because I said most of my piece already. But I will say it is about, it's about the dangers for me, and it's about the public safety and the public good. These are essentially explosives, and they can be used inappropriately. And we are caught by our traditions. You know, our traditions do take a long time, even if we know better. And regardless of the facts that come out, it does take time to filter down. You know, we have many examples. I wouldn't necessarily say for traditions, but just from us knowing better. You know, there was a time when seatbelts weren't in cars and people didn't want to have their seatbelts in the cars. And there was a time that smoking didn't kill, even though we knew better. And the time it took to finally get society on board to realize the truths of these matters, you know, a lot of people get injured or a lot of people get hurt or even killed. And that's the main thing that I'm looking at. So that is why I don't feel like the consumer portion of the fireworks should be allowed in London, and anything that's permitted is more controlled, more regulated, and more enforceable. So that's why I'm still pointing at option B, but with that, I did actually have another question maybe I'd like to throw out to the fire chiefs here that Councillor McAllister just off of Councillor McAllister's comments. And if you're able, with the numbers of how many fires or how many instances of damage from fireworks, could you also provide any stats, if you have it, of injuries or anything along that sorts, injuries or anybody who might be physically harmed by that? If you could throw that in there too, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, just looking for staff, if a thumbs up, just for everyone, that's a thumbs up, and we'll have that information back to us for the council on the 29th. Looking to any other guests online or in person. I do have a couple questions for staff. If committee's fine, I'll just ask them from here, as I'm not looking to do any moving and amending. Just to staff, as it was questioned from the gallery earlier, and the report does say that fireworks, for the backyard fireworks, could be discharged on Diwali. The community raised the point that Diwali is multiple days. How would staff, or like what day would be designated versus like the entire period?
So through the chair, when Diwali celebrates through the permit, it is for 1 day. So we would follow it similar to what we do for July 1st and Victoria Day, that we would permit in option A, consumer or backyard fireworks for the day that the community celebrates it through the permitted display event.
Okay, thank you. And I'll note when the city does their New Year's display, we're not looking at allowing backyard stuff. For that, it's just the permitted things that is already done for those who join us for New Year's in the park, which is also a great opportunity to gather as community. So those are my questions, just realizing some people in the gallery had it. I'll also note that we heard from the gallery some questions and from committee and visiting councilors about the loudness. I know that fireworks is also sold in kits, and that if they come as kits, they could be harder to pull apart if people wanted to designate just certain items within that kit. But that is something for people to contemplate going into council as well. Councillor Rahman, you had a question or a comment.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, just a follow-up comment. So the date for celebration for Diwali is determined by the lunar calendar, and I do know that within the community, they circulate a date. That is the date that is the agreed upon auspicious date of which to celebrate, but it could fall on a Wednesday, and it could fall on a Monday. So what we're saying is that within the option A, that would be, if it fell on a Wednesday, that would be the day that people could display.
To staff for clarification.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for, that is correct, the same with July 1st.
Okay, thank you for that point of clarification. Looking for other questions or comments. Looking for questions for comments online as well, as I have none in chambers. Okay, I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. So that is going to be committee's recommendation that you've seen tonight going to council. I will note that YouTube and all the proceedings tonight was recorded in all our speakers. So the councilors who aren't here tonight, who may or may not have listened online, can go back and watch the full PPM. Your communications are part of the package, which will also go to council and be seen. Any other submissions from people who weren't able to participate tonight or who wants to put their submission in, who haven't already put their submission in, can forward that to that cpsc@london.ca, and those communications will also be included for council. And at council, the decision can be amended, changed completely, or stay the same. So just letting everyone know that that was just a decision that this committee thought was best, but it's up to full council's purview on the 29th, and that's where you'll have your final decision. That concludes everything tonight. We have nothing to be considered in confidential session. Thank you to all those who stayed with us for the duration of this. But I will need a motion to adjourn from a committee member. Moved by Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Rahman. A hand vote of all in favor. That's carried. Thank you to everyone, and do continue to reach out if you had points that weren't considered.